For this important invite to be here. Our report was published approximately 6 months ago, and it was a very we had the opportunity of having very encompassing analysis to be carried out. But first of all, I want to get started with why battery storage solutions, energy storage solutions, are so important. As you mentioned, for example, renewable energy requires a more flexible energy system, distribution system, because they have variable production, wind and solar, for example. And this flexible production needs to be manageable by a system. And for this to be possible, the electrical system requires flexibility. One of the options here for this flexibility is battery storage solutions. So it's not just one option we have here for flexibility. There are multiple. There's interconnection systems, for example. There's hydroelectric stations as well. And battery storage systems are just one of these options. And in the coming years, we can see this is going to increase. And the reason for the increase here is the development in technology. As you mentioned, for example, with electrical vehicles entering our lives, the battery technology developed exponentially and has started to reflect in the network capacities and is rapidly moving forward. If we look at the end of 2023, for example, we see this assessment of over 80 gigawatts of battery, and 40 gigawatts of that is in China. More than half has been established by China. And there are basic reasons for this. First of all, China, in terms of critical minerals, is quite a rich country. And it's also, they've started to be forward in terms of technology. And when it comes to the processing of these critical minerals, they are, again, leaders in the industry. So having over 40 gigawatts in China is actually an expected situation, a foreseeable situation. And other countries like the EU and America follow in ranking. And the most important technologies here, when we consider this, is considering the capacity in 2023, is lithium iron phosphate. 80% of the establishments are lithium iron phosphates. This is an important number, and MMC technology, nickel, manganese, cobalt follows this. Sodium sulfate follows this in terms of batteries, which can be used. These are technologies that can be used on a network scale. So what we did in the report, we graded the service costs of these technologies. So we looked at the service costs of these, and to be able to calculate this, we have to. It's very important where batteries should be used. Where? What service will this battery be used for? Will it be for frequency control? Will it be for arbitrage where you'll be earning income? Or will it be only to avoid disruptions in renewable energy? So we analyzed this, and the most basic conclusion we came to here is that batteries in the coming period, first of all, will be used for frequency control. That's what we foresee right now, especially primary and secondary frequency control. And in the second stage, for the stabilization of renewable energy sources to stabilize their production and avoid disruptions. So primary and secondary frequency control also has a need. There's not an unlimited need there. That primary and secondary need is at a specific amount, and it's limited, really. So for renewable energy disruptions, we expect that it'll be used more in the coming period. And as you know, 2035 goals we have, 7.2 gigawatts battery establishments, that is the goal. And there's a 33 gigawatts preliminary license capacity that has been allocated, and this capacity we are hoping to see within the coming years. But if you ask my personal opinion, I think that this capacity won't be established for 5-10 years, the 34 gigawatts. I think this seems quite high to me, because the global capacity, the established capacity, is 80 gigawatts worldwide. So as Turkey, I think we may be able to accomplish 10 gigawatts of this, and this would be fantastic, to be honest. So if we continue on with our reports, mentioning from our reports, we look at the usage areas, for example, the primary and secondary frequency control, arbitrage, renewable energy disruption prevention. We have looked at those. And there's also, we've looked at post-meter batteries, so home and commercial consumption. We optimized all of this and we distributed it by region, which region should have how much capacity. And the basic reason for this is that the battery capacities, where do we need this? This is a very important question. The system operator needs to be able to have these in set positions, and if they are established in these areas, then they are beneficial. They're beneficial both to the electrical systems and to the investor. So the regional positioning of batteries is a very critical matter here. Another important matter is where is service being offered? Like I mentioned earlier, like are we serving primary frequency or is it for arbitrage? Is it being used for black starts? The reason these batteries are being used, they can be used for everything. There can be optimization to be used for different aims as well. But this has to be determined both in terms of the investor perspective and from the operator perspective. And what have we seen here? In the analysis we've carried out, this 7.2 gigawatts, the 2035 capacity, if this is established, $370 million import natural gas bill will be avoided. So batteries are not just for avoiding renewable energy disruptions or security of the system. It's also something that decreases imported fuel consumption, and also a 2.3 million ton emission reduction will be achieved as well. Yes, the battery is not an energy source on its own, of course. It gives the stored energy back to the system, but even doing this avoids this $370 million energy import, and also the emissions reductions are established with this, achieved through this. And if we look at the life cycle here, I want to talk about the importance of recycling. Electric vehicle batteries, network batteries, they use critical minerals, nickel, manganese, cobalt, as I mentioned. And renewable energy sources also use copper at the same time. And these minerals are in specific countries: China, Indonesia, Chile, Australia. And these resources, we don't, even if we don't see a supply problem right now, we may have supply problems in the future. And as such, these critical minerals being recovered and recycled from batteries will be important again in the future. The second point that's important here is the second life, which we're saying, like, for example, electrical vehicles, for example. After a set period of use, their batteries needs replacing, but those batteries are still usable, especially in network scale applications. And there are studies being carried out abroad regarding this. Batteries recovered from electric vehicles being brought together and being put to service on a network scale. This is an important point as well. And in fact, this is sort of an auxiliary system that can be included as well with these battery systems. Another important matter here, especially for, we have lead-assist batteries, for example. These are batteries that we use in our classic vehicles, in our standard vehicles, and maybe Mohsin Bey will know better, will give more information about this because he's the expert in this. This has been around since 1851, this technology. It's a battery type, and these batteries, these lead-assist batteries are 99% recyclable. 99% of the battery can be recycled and made ready for use. And as such, the lithium batteries, for example, that we're using currently need to be prepared for this recycling. There are efforts being made at the moment. There are studies being carried out. But as far as I know, a high amount of critical minerals cannot be recovered so far and recycled, but there are studies being carried out, efforts being carried out. But if this rate can reach 99% like it does in lead assist, then we can have a sustainable battery system that has been established. Yeah, there's a lot of talk going on right now, especially BYD in China, battery and electrical vehicle manufacturer, and they have a Chinese-based organization where they're working, and we know that's working worldwide. I think it was in 8 countries right now, and they're working on the battery recycling. In NMC, there's a lower recycling rate, I believe. As far as I remember, they've reached 90% in one battery type in the reports I last saw, but I remember that they've reached over 90%. So these critical minerals being recycled and recovered, and by 2030, as you said, by 2030, post 2030, it is said that there's going to be a lot of supply problems with these critical minerals, but obviously, when making these calculations, the current growth rates are being utilized. And for China, for 2035, electrical vehicles, I think Muslim Bey will explain this even better. But we're talking about a growth rate of 30%, and 16% worldwide was being calculated for storage systems. But following these new stump additional tax and tariffs, the customs tariffs are now up to 25%. And when you think the manufacturer is Chinese, these growth rates, how are these going to be impacted? We'll be seeing this in the future. Thank you very, very much, Hasan Bey. That was a great speech. And I want to continue with Buse Hanım. We want to listen to her production. And as you said, first of all, I'd like to thank you very much for your very kind invitation, and I'm very, very happy to see you here. I'm Buse Arınç. I'm from Sun Energy, and I'm a business development coordinator. I want to talk about Sun a little bit. Sun Energy is a Swiss-based company, and our production is in Aydın Ortaklar in a 20,000 square meter We're going to have offices in İzmir. And we also have 30 years of experience. We have a 20,000 square meter area that we're currently working in. And by the end of 2029, we're planning on reaching 5 gigawatts of production in our.
Maksimum olarak üretim ürünlerimizin kalitesine ve güvenilirliğine büyük gurur duyuyoruz. Dolayısıyla
So we have a complete life cycle service contract in place. Production, usage, second life cycle being offered, and recycling if this is going to be carried out. We guarantee this, and we have a 20-year contract. Our battery energy storage systems can be efficiently recycled. Lithium cells, the control units, and these basic functions can be recycled for a second life cycle. And in terms of sustainability, this is very, very important. Following this, and at the same time, we have a battery passport, as you know. And this will be valid for all batteries, as you know, for 2030. It's going to be required, as a system is going to be required, a battery passport, and we're going to have this at Sun as well. And in this battery, the performance data
vesaire bütün hepsini kapsıyor olacak. Ve
and at the same time, in our production lines, will also are supplied with C certificates, so this is how production is carried out. Muhsin Bey has been in storage systems for many, many years, and he's one of the gurus of this area in Turkey, and he's going to be talking to us about on-site projects and storage systems and technologies that are going to be used. And as we know, NMC and LFD, we have two battery types that we're talking about here. NMC more used in vehicles, and we're using more in storage systems. What is the future of these here? What's the technological shift going to be here? And we're going to hear this from Muhsin Bey. Thank you very, very much. And I'd like to thank the organizers as well for... I'm here representing the green collar here, and I'd like to thank them for the organization and the invitation. And in energy storage, I've been working in 1995. I've been working in energy storage. I'm a dinosaur in this area, essentially. I've worked in almost every area, and as you know, when you're working this intensely, you've touched upon everything: project development, R&D, recycling, production, now the trade and operation. So I'm going to get started with what's going to happen next, because we're talking about life cycles. Right now, the points that we've reached, Hassan Bey mentioned a little bit, they've looked at all the technologies in their reports, but lithium ion is the current leading technology, and lead acid for now is continuing its life right now, and I'll tell you the basic reason, because the lead acids that we used, starting lighting ignition in vehicles, is the start. These are the starter batteries for our vehicles. The reason we don't do this with lithium is cold performance. Lithium batteries unfortunately have low performance in the cold. When you start with a lead acid, it says on it, for example, you get a battery and it says 60 ampere hours, for example, it says CCI 540. That will operate at minus 18 degree, and it can cold crank, and for 30 minutes it can crank and produce 440 ampere current. And this is related to the sulfuric acid. It freezes at minus 70 degrees, so a charged battery will operate into minus 70 degrees, and it'll operate at performance at minus 40. Otherwise, by now, we would already have switched to lithium batteries, because lead, again, because of the life cycle, lead, unfortunately, because you know, lead poisoning, you know, when it enters somewhere else, it's our hemoglobin, for example, it gives the red color to our blood. There's a hemoglobin molecule there, and what happens there? When you breathe, it takes the oxygen to the cells. So what lead does there is lead poisoning. If you inhale lead, then the lead and the iron there change places, and the lead does not allow oxygen to be transmitted. And because oxygen isn't transmitted, oxygen doesn't go to the body, and so we have blood poisoning. And as such, lead being used, like leaded petrol has been banned as well. EU every year almost has a discussion regarding the banning of lead, but we still don't have a cranking solution technology here. So every year we go into a delay. And what happens in lithium, for example? We have two technologies. Lithium ion is the leader right now, but lithium iron phosphate, LFP, and also the NMC, nickel, magnesium, cobalt, they're active right now. So what is the reason for this here? Well, when I worked in Tupitak, for example, the TOG project, the local domestic vehicle, we've been working on the battery. We had version 1, 2, 3, and then it became TOG. They said let's do it with LFP. It's cheaper. We have higher current, and we needed like a 2-ton battery for 600, 700 range. And because of the energy requirements, we had no option but to go towards nickel-rich NMC. And you can use this in the vehicles. How can you use it? if you're not expecting a range of over 200 kilometers, by allocating 500, 600 kilos to battery, you can provide this range. So for intercity usage, we have LTP usage, LFP usage, but for applications that require range, your vehicle, if you consider that your vehicle is 1.5 tons, when you have 500, 600 kilos of battery, you have to make NMC. So lithium ion, again, in the future, we're moving towards a solid state, and everyone's talking about this. And because they have as much energy intensity as petrol, that's why we're moving towards this in terms of technology. But as technologically has great difficulties, and the main reason for this is that for those that are interested in R&D right now, we have a negative and a positive. We have our ions, and these ions need to move. There's a physical movement here, the same as me getting up and moving, for example. So we're moving the ions in liquid environments, and we're moving towards in solid states. We have a ceramic transmission here, and this is being able to, you have to move in a solid state, and being able to overcome this is quite difficult. So for solid state, in the short term,
kolay değil. Şu an çıkan solid state
So currently we have a solid state or semi-solid state, and they are a kind of a mixture of the solids and liquids. So after I completed this topic, I want to touch a little bit upon the life cycle. So whenever we're talking about life cycle, we also need to emphasize the importance of the sustainability. So we are talking about our life comfort, and naturally we are not going to give up upon that. But how can we possibly increase this level of comfort? And more than that, how can we assure the sustainability? So we are always like, okay, I have to get from A point to the B point, but I'm feeling so tired, so exhausted. So how can I use more resources? Okay, on one hand, we are using the resources, but on the other hand, we need to think about the global resources, and I need to be able to increase my personal, my own level of comfort by being mindful about the entire world resources. Right at this point, we can talk about the carbon emissions. We are talking about the global climate crisis, and at the end of the day, whenever you are driving like a truck, like a big heavy vehicle, there are viaducts, there are bridges, and people are just trying to pass, or even more than that, trespassing that by accessing the fossil limit speed. You are not allowed to do that. But currently, metaphorically talking, the entire world is trying to exceed the maximum allowed speed. So here it comes the carbon emission sensitivity topic, but this is our single world. In fact, we do not have another world in which we can live it. So if we are going to live in here, we need to be able to use effectively our resources. So even if the entire world would be made of coal or of gas, the humanity one day would ultimately extinguish all of those resources. Sometimes during my journeys, my travels, I encounter mountains, I see mines. For example, after a couple of years, I used to take the same road I used before, and I saw that there is like literally no mountain. It was like totally exploited. So as Mr. Hassan explained, we are talking about decreasing of the CO2 emissions. Okay, we are going to do that. But what we are saying about the energy, renewable energy, aeolian, hydroelectrical PPs, solar energies. If they are not enough, we are going to use the nuclear PPs, and we are going to control the CO2 emissions. And where they are not enough, we'll have natural gas cycling PPs. So this is the International Energy Agency's roadmap. So while we are producing electricity, we need to decrease the emissions. And other than that, we'll have the fuels that we are using for the transport, for the heating. So in the homes, for the domestic uses, we'll have cells, we'll have pumps, and the electrical usage increase will be with us. But this also means a very big transformations because there is a gas industry. Today we are talking about the tariff wars. So we'll make possible this transformation. But in order to do that, we need cells. And we are starting with EVs, and after that, we are turning into networks. We need to put the cells in the networks for solar and wind energy. We have renewable systems, but they are transforming into 4 and 6 hours systems, and the global median is 3 hours. So we want to have an even distribution of the load to be able to use more solar energy, and it will be supported by the nuclear. We'll be using the EVs more by using the solar and wind energy. And now I want to touch upon the life comfort. We need to have sustainability in here. So how can we ensure that? We are talking about the cells. The cells are very important, and we need mines for that. We have in Chile, in Argentina, in Bolivia, in Australia, and also in Indonesia. We have cobalt, we have nickel. And we need to be mindful of our carbon footprint. We need to monitor those resources. Those resources needs to be renewable. And we need to have precursors. We need to be able to produce the byproducts, and there is another processing technology. And we are talking about the battery passports, and we are talking also about the scope 1, scope 3. So let's assume that we have the precursors. Now, after that, we need to produce the active ingredients. And after I'm doing all of this life cycle, in Turkey, we are talking about this. I have the EV, I'm using that. I have the batteries. By the way, in Turkey, we have good capacities. Mr. Arslan talked about that. And this year, 5 projects have been undersigned, and we have contracts, 5 contracts in place, and we are exceeding 200 megawatt per hours. We have a project with Poland Energy around 10 megawatts per hour, and we have another one, a project with Rolls-Royce, and also another project by Pomega, and another real project by Chinky Mastrom. So the question in here is that what is going to happen after 15 years? Where are we going to send those things? We started to this with the EVs. And why EVs? I worked with Mutlu, and we are very happy to work with the automotive sector. And we are talking about RFQ technologies. And those RFQ technologies are in fact telling you that next year I'm going to produce like 2,000 of cars in this facility in Belgium, and I'm going to need like that much batteries. So it's good to have like a weekly plan. So under those circumstances, the batteries, the cells productions are going to increase in this sector. And whenever you go and talk to those persons, you'll be able to do in an investment. So we can do the storage in the network, and we can do that. We own that due to projectability of the production of the EVs. Let's assume that the life cycle of the battery is ending after 8 years. We need to do the recycling. And there are three areas in here. We have the micro area. There are cells, like micro cells, micro batteries of 7 volts. And we have automotive sector with big cells, and also network container cells. And it's quite difficult to collect this. In automotive, this rate is almost 100%. And 100% recycling is also the success, the achievement of the collection process. No one is disposing the accumulators of their EVs in their homes. They are bringing those accumulators at certain collecting centers, and they are paid back for that. So you'll be able to collect all of those products, and also with lithium, this amount is going to increase. The same is going for the lithium-ion pills. We just started with the EVs, and we do not have large volume batteries. So our basic issue is not about the recycling. We have challenges in collecting the products from the market. So like I was saying, we'll have a passport issued for the battery, and as Hussein here mentioned, so we'll be monitoring all the production processes, all the CO2 emissions. We'll have all the data. We'll have like an entire chain of supervision and monitoring. So, for example, if you are going like in a fire-prone area, and if you are using cells batteries in that area, we'll have a notification system. So we'll be using the artificial intelligence or IoT-based systems, and if we'll be able to set up those kinds of systems, we'll be able to increase our cycle of life. I will have an announcement, something to share about those investments that you mentioned. But the realization seems to be quite difficult. What do you think in terms of Turkey? What do you think about the rate of acceleration of those projects? So we are talking about 33 gigabytes per hour. Yes, those are like large amounts, but when we are considering like 10 gigawatts per hour, I think that this is something quite attainable, and I think that in the during the next years we'll be able to do that, because we have like already authorized projects, and also we have the projects that fail. There are kind of a lot of projects around. Indeed, there are. Some of them seems to be feasible, some of them seems to be not. But I'm quite positive that the 10 gigabytes per hour projects will be able to be completed up to 2030. So we are quite positive that there will be a successful completion of those kinds of projects in Turkey. Maybe I need to come in with a small corrections. We are talking about a 2.2 gigabyte per hour capacity national plan. This is a national plan announced by our related agencies, and after the public announcement, we know that there is a pre-authorization for those PEPs, and on a short time, this capacity isn't going to be taken into commission. But however, the initial projects being pre-authorized will be able to be put into implementation. So 7.2 gigawatt target is not something unattainable. But of course, we still need to elaborate on how we can attain that. We need to talk about policies, the set of rules in place. Yes, because there are some challenges. We have some important quantities, and we need to know how we can move forward with those quantities. So yeah, I was talking a lot about this topic actually, but what my colleague in here, what he mentioned, this is what I am actually doing. Aslan talked about the income models. This is quite a need. A requirement in here, because also we need to find an equilibrium on the market. Our current challenge is that we have a 1 hour system. We have the primary and secondary frequencies. And yes, even if we are able to balance the networks, if those numbers are going to increase up to 3 gigawatt per hour, are we going to be still able to provide that equilibrium between the network? I saw the project. It was distributed on 6 different regions, and the balance between the networks is actually working very, very well. So first things first, we need to be able to set up this power. We need to be able to move, to disperse the loads. And I want to say that there are a lot of friendly faces among you in here. And for the very first time in Turkey, we had zero price policy on the market. We are talking about negative pricings. We are talking about the tariffs. We are talking about the ongoing developments in Europe and what is going to happen in Turkey. Well, it actually happened. The PTFs are for the very first time at zero. So what this does mean actually in numbers? This means that you have a zero initial price in the morning, and you'll be able to sell your energy up to 8 cents per 8 cents in the night hours. So this is only one of the economical aspects of the business. But also we are talking in here about the green energy. You can use this energy for certificates, for passport applications, but we are not using this effectively at all nowadays. And maybe if we want to reach to those 15%, if we want to go like to be immersed like totally into this green transformation, we definitely need to increase our capacity. So what are your future projections? Well, I think that this is going to intrinsically happen, because I can really witness that the investor is doing that. There is zero price, and they are assuming that they are going to earn money from this zero price to 8 cent price in the night hours. Maybe Hassan is going to talk about that. So what is going to happen to the regulations? Maybe the regulations are going to be amended in order to accommodate these new requirements of the investors. I'm not talking about 1 hour, like obligatory requirement. I'm talking about minimum 1 hour. Of course, we need to handle the capexes, because we have the licenses, right? The people got their licenses already. So they are like, okay, I don't want to install for 1 hour. I want to install for 24 hours, and I want to be able to increase my hourly production up to 4 hours less, let's say. What about the feasibility, and what about the terms? It totally depends on the prices, but the new systems are quite cheap. And when we are doing that with the primary frequency controlling systems, I think that there will be a reinvestment, recapping here up to 5 years. So yes, as Hassan is saying, the initiators of this, yes, are paying right now, but they are not going to pay in the future because we are talking about redistribution of those resources. And also I want to add some further things, as Muhsin mentioned. We have the base and the selling prices in our energy on our energy market, and they are regulated, and our base price is zero. But when we are looking in Australia, when we are looking in USA and many of the EU countries, there is a negative price setting up system. So when you have 0 hours, the coal PPs, for example, or the nuclear PPs, they have like mandatory working hours, and because of those mandatory working hours, the negative prices are coming up. And if you are going to fill in your cells during those hours, this means that you will be making money from bringing the energy into your own system at basically a zero price. And if you can actually sell back that energy at the peak times, you'll be earning even more money. By the way, there are a lot of complaints around about the base prices. People are saying that the base prices are not reflecting the real prices. So there are some calls for the adjustment of those prices. They are quite critical, by the way. So there are a lot of things to be pointed out in terms of regulations and policies. Abroad, when we are looking abroad, for example, there are no tariffs, there are not any levies imposed on the distribution of the energy into the network and from the network. And maybe in Turkey we'll be witnessing new duties and levies. And of course, we need to point out that the battery on itself, independently from the solar energy and other types of the energy, is not that a match of advantage. As a standing alone system is not going to make you a lot of money. It should be supported with the other solar energy resources. But as an integrated system, yes, it can be feasible. It can be feasible in the next 5 to 6 years. And in the future times, we can talk about the benefits of the battery. As all of you know, there is a lot of solar load, solar production during the midday times. And we'll be witnessing some decrease in the prices, and the batteries will be able to draw that energy. And especially during the evening times, the batteries will be refeeding the system. So we actually need like 3 to 4 hours during the peak times. And this is the time where the batteries are going to come in. And for those 3 to 4 hours, we need to charge the batteries and to store them. And I think that the regulations and policies are going to be conformed and amended accordingly. We have one MG setup scheme already authorized in the regulations. But the investors, they are going to consider the capexes, and they are going to come with their battery setup accordingly. But because the base and top price differences, I think that this projection is going to be feasible. Thank you very much. I want to also to mention that currently in Europe, because there are those negative prices, this 3 to 4 hours setup is quite feasible. And also in our neighbors' countries, indeed they have like 1 year projections. You don't need a wind energy at all. We can draw your energy directly from the network, and you can get that with a zero price. But in the evening, at the evening hours, you'll see like 250 to 300 euros. So within 3.5, 3.5 years, I think that it will automatically pay itself. And I think therefore that all of those projections can be feasible. Thank you very much. Are there any questions from the audience?
Sorusu olan var mıdır acaba? Buyurun Sedef Hanım.
Merhaba, Sedef Budak, Yüksens Enerji.
I am Sedef Budak from Yüksens Energy, and I'm the chairman of the female cooperatives.
Siz de mühendislik olarak çalıştığınız
So yes, we are
projeler ve ben açıkçası
also working in this area, but frankly speaking,
acaba dedim hani ya da hibrit olanlar mı?
I was questioning the type of the batteries when we started to work in this area. I was started to question the feasibility of the hybrid cells, because we all know that we can enable the production cycle during certain hours, and we need to actually to switch between solar energy and normal energy that is coming from the network.
Basacağınız gibi bir sistem. Yani benim ideal hayat, böyle bir hayal.
So this is my dream as an investor, this hybrid system. But I saw that the actual setup is not like that.
Hangi saat aralığında ne fiyat dediğiniz gibi mevzuatı olarak
And in terms of regulations, we don't know what the prices are yet.
bu daha çok kapasitenin şebekeye girmesiyle mi bu tek
And this is something related to the amount of the capacity that is going to be injected into the network. And I'm also curious, I'm wondering about the future things that investors are going to encounter. So currently I'm saying that Turkish Electrical Markets Regulatory Board is announcing their own tariffs, and also the Energy Regulatory Board says that if you want more connection, you need to solve the issues imposed by the other agencies. So those regulations were first published back in 2021, and we wanted a standalone integrated systems. And according to the current regulations, we have just 4 areas in which we can do that. And yes, we can balance it with different sources of energy, but there were licenses distributed, and everybody got those licenses. But at the end of the day, the investors saw that the projects are not feasible, and they started to talk around about the capexes. They were like, okay, let's decrease to 25%. You all witnessed those movements in the sectors. But after that, the investor were like, okay, I'm not going to make any money from that, so I'm going to keep everything at the minimum, because this is a state issue. This is a Turkish electrical energy regulatory agency issues. So the investor was like, okay, let those organs to deal with those issues because I'm not going to make money at the end of the day. Those were ongoing discussions, and we followed that. But the administration, they didn't fall behind, and for the investors, this is still a burden. But the zero price policy that was initiated in March, we know that this policy is going to be continued. So if we have a PP which is all right licensed, they won't be affected by that because at the end of the day you need to be able to store that. And those who have just 1 hour setup for now, in the next 2 years they will be like, oh, why didn't we make that for 2 hours?
Günü değil.
But in terms of a business model, if we're wanting to see the future, then moving towards load balancing is a lot more smart. So these 2-hour, 4-hour systems being established, you can also establish a primary frequency from there as well, and move towards load balancing would be advantageous, and so that the market will determine the income there as well, the income model. And I believe that's what needs to be done. I don't know whether that's been a sufficient response. What about you, Hasan Bey? Do you want to add anything? I can add this. What I can say is that in the ideal world, if there was something like this, if there was a storage system that could store 1 day of the entire world's energy, then there would be no need for fossil fuels at all. We can have sustainable, renewable energy storage, and 1 day's energy could be used worldwide, and that would be the ideal solution. Will we move towards this? Maybe one day in 100, 150 years' time, maybe, perhaps. However, what we can see in the discussions, batteries will take the base load of the solar and wind energy. Yes, to a point, this is right. However, batteries and renewable energy cannot work together in the same way as a power plant right now. Maybe in the long term, yes, that can occur. That may an ideal world may be established at some point. But in the battery technology, the most technologically advanced or the longest storage is 8-hour, 10-hour current flow. That's all that can be stored. Yes, sodium sulfide. Yeah, we're talking about 4-6 hours. Yes. But then we don't have that capacity either worldwide to be able to meet the worldwide energy needs. We have small capacities when we think of the established capacity right now worldwide. So what we need to consider right now is, as system operators, we're looking to see what do we have in our hands to balance the system. When fossil fuels are removed from the system, then what do we do? One of the factors here, or one of the most important factors here, the solutions here, is batteries. Renewable, they will take the energy from the renewable energy and balance the system. But that isn't the only option. The most important point is that here we need to consider and use every single solution option. The demand pumpage, pump storage, hydroelectric, normal hydroelectric stations, power stations as well. And they've had very important roles in balancing the system. They do continue to do so as well. Interconnection capacities need to be increased as well. Interconnection and electrical trade between other countries. This brings a flexibility to the system. There are many options, but batteries are one of these options. And as Muhsin Bey said, in the coming periods, longer hours will be needed for battery usage. For it to be feasible as well, 3-4 hours storage capacity and discharge capacity, then the income models will be impacted by this as well. There'll be more benefit to the system. So because of this is also the requirement of the system, and also the door to an income for the. And obviously legislation needs to be adjusted accordingly for this, for it to benefit both the investor. Do we have any other questions? Please go ahead. Hello, thank you so much for this great session. I'm Elif Kurtkoyası. I'm from NFCOM. I come from wind energy. Storage is also in our area of interest as well. When we're talking about regulation, regulation says that you need to be able to give your energy potential to the network within 1 hour. That's why investors are so tied to this. And as you've said, from 1C, 0.5C or 0.25 will be more beneficial in the coming period, because at the same time, regulation also says that within 5 years, your capacity ratio, I believe 80%, it must not drop below 80%. So when we pay attention to this, in 5 years' times, when capacity decreases, what was the regulation going to say to us then? In both this regard and, again, for the investor, not to push 1C, but a lower C rate battery solution, showing that it's more logical and sustainable. How can we explain that to them? And if I can just get that that opinion from you. Let me add something here. That 5-year, 85%, what legislation says right now is that, let's say, you have a 20 megawatts wind, for example. You can be a minimum of 20 megawatts, which means your battery needs to be 20 megawatt hour in legislation. And when you're connecting that into the system, I'm going to come and measure that. And when I measure it, it needs to be giving 20 megawatt for at least an hour. So when you say 0.5 C, you can give it for 2 hours. It's not saying you're required to give for 1 hour, but yes, you can double that, obviously, because 20 megawatts power station you have, centrally have, for example, you have a 40 megawatts battery. That means you can pass the test with flying colors. But if you say you've established this, and in the first acceptance, you give up to 90%, they say, I'm still going to accept that. They've introduced this recently. So 20 megawatts hour, and if I measure 18 megawatts hour, they say I'm going to accept that. The round trip efficiency, because of we have some loss because of this, both in charge and discharge, approximately 15%, one way 7-8%. And they apply this in one way because they're going to do the test at the connection points, and the investors says I'm going to establish this, and even if I measure that 7 or 8% lower, I'm going to be accepted. So what's going to happen in 5 years? They say you have to provide 85% at least in 5 years' time. So they're going to be controlling it on SCADA, and in 10 years' time, you need to give 80%. So 85% in 5 years. Obviously, if you establish it now one-on-one, it's going to decline. So what do you do then? You have augmentation. You add new batteries and you increase the strength in the 3rd year. You go to strength increase in the 3rd year. They have this solution. And what do we say to the investor? We say this. Let's say they want to participate in the primary frequency control. If they have no income model, we say, establish whatever you want. If you don't want to earn from this, if you're just seeing it like if this is just your backup system, then don't do anything. Do whatever you like. And if it allows 90%, accept that and go through, continue. But in my respect, what I'd like to say, that's not our customer, for example. I work at a company that works with this, and the person is saying, this is not my customer because I cannot offer them a service. I have to offer them a working system. PFK wants 25% over, so 30%, and you need to be connected through, and you have to have a 30 megawatts hour battery. Let's say you've done the 0.5C, 30 megawatts to 60 megawatts. When you establish like that, then you can really easily, today, 5 years' time, 10 years' time, you can pass the test in flying colors. And you won't be worried about, am I going to be fined? Are they going to come and review? Am I under 85%? You don't have that worry. But if with income models, that 30 megawatts 1 hour is going to be provided from here, then it's going to be used, and then will be utilized for other aims. They do carry out the feasibility for this. When you do this, when we do this together, we can explain that. But if there's no income model, if they're only seeing it as a context, then there's nothing I can add for that. It can just stay as it is. Hassan Bey, do you have anything to add? No. No. Do we have any other questions? No. Thank you very, very much. We're closing today's session, and we'd like to thank all our guests. They offered us great information. Thank you so much for your attendance.
Fuarımızda sağ olsun organizasyon bize bu sene ilk konuşmayı verdi, imkanı verdi. Biz de Solarex yönetimine ve Yasemin Hanım'a teşekkür ediyoruz. Güneş Enerjisi Yatırımcıları Derneği
Güneşler, the Solar Energy Investors Association, was established in 2022, and we carry out different work throughout Anatolia. Our actual area of operation was not energy. We were working in construction, food, pharmaceuticals. We even have a friend, a colleague who is a solar energy investor who was a butcher. And with the first legislation introduced in Turkey, we are people, the leaders who had the courage to invest in this area. And in Turkey, if we have a voice as Turkey in the world, it is thanks to the investors with the synergy and the courage established from those who invested as of 2012. And this needs to be understood and accepted. I'm going to have a brief presentation. I'm the current chairman, Serdar Ikiz, of the association. We have Mehmet Üstündağ. He's an expert in the electrical markets. We've completed our 10 years, our first decade. In 2013, 2014, the companies and investors who established their facilities back then have come out of their 10-year YEKDAM support. And despite the new law, we have a law or an EPDK board decision that is operating, running the system, and the system has really destroyed the energy of those investing here. And we're hoping, if they're listening, that even if there is a bad law, we're hoping for an applicable legislation which will be healthier for us. This needs to be applicable, essentially, no matter what the law. In May 2005, we had the first public regulation regarding renewable energy, 5,346 numbered law. It was the first law following the Kyoto Protocol, and then certain targets were set. In 2010, we had the first electrical markets unlicensed electric production regulation. In 2011, changes were made to this legislation. And finally, on the 10th of March 2012, the legislation for the currently established power stations was published and went into force. What happens in the past 10 years? In the 8th rank, we completed 2014 in 8th place. We went from 40 megawatt to 20,000 megawatt at the end of 2024. So we're looking at a 500% capacity increase of solar power plant capacity. Look at China, where the greatest investments are made. They went from 28,000 to 1,200 gigawatts, so 43-fold. We went up 500-fold. So such a increased rate, we really have a place of pride in the world. Within the last decades, when solar power ratio was 0% in 2014, it's now up to 8%. And in the coming periods, with power stations that will be entering into force, it will continue to grow, this rate. When we look at electric consumption, it's the red line. That's our line, the red line on the screen. In 10 years, we went from 3,380. And the impact of solar power continued to increase. We have great determinations this year from different consultancy companies. I wanted to share this on this slide. From 2024, the solar power production has reached new records in hourly, daily, and monthly. In June, for the first time, the ratio of solar power for the first time exceeded 10%. And on the 16th of June, 2024, it's reached 46% on hourly basis and broke a record. And we do hope that we will be breaking this record again this year. As of 2017, the electric demand meeting of solar power is raised from 2.5% to 18%, and 2/3 of the It's met the cooling needs of 10 million hours, and I'm going to be giving an example here. It's an EMBA study that I'm showing here. It's a great example here. Denizli province was the hottest province for the year, and because of the talent of solar power to meet these needs, without meeting an energy crisis, we're able to overcome this, because as heat increases, as temperature increases, the need for cooling increases, and we're able to overcome this with solar energy. And solar energy in this regard is both environmentalist and renewable. It's a very important energy resource for us. It's a clean energy resource. It's not an elite energy source and can be accessible to all. No one can turn your sun off, essentially. Fashionably worded, it's local, it is domestic, but in my own words, it is independent, it is cheap. And if there's a reason why energy prices have gone down, then it's with solar energy entering onto our lives this much. And it's also an undeniable energy source for our geography. And while solar energy is this important, in April, we have a new system, and we had a new surprise in our system usage fees. We had a 15% year-on-year increase. As solar energy investors, we're complaining about the pricing policy here. No investor has to finance a distribution company. I do not have to meet the cost of EDAŞ, for example. Why do I have to do this? We are not here to finance this. Is that why we've taken these risks? We keep sharing this with public authorities, but unfortunately it's a one-sided approach that is being utilized by the Energy Ministry and relevant authorities. And I believe that we represent the investors through the press, through television. We are not aliens. We are citizens of this country, of this world, and we are not doing anything against the benefit of this country. We believe in the basic values of this country, but unfortunately the ministry is not moving away from financing distribution companies through these energy manufacturers, and I have no requirement to finance these distribution companies. I do hope that after our presentation, after Mehmet Bey's presentation, we're hoping I'm going to have a closing speech for 5 minutes, and I'm hoping to talk about what we're going to be doing in the future. I think most of the participants here are investors, and we have a nice crowd here for us. This is going to give us courage, and hopefully we'll be able to move forward better in the future. Mehmet Bey, let me leave the floor to you for your presentation. Thank you. Hello, everyone. First of all, I'm very happy to be at such a valuable fair. My slide is on the screen, okay. Our subject is the situation of unlicensed facilities post 10 years, about the income. I will start my presentation regarding this matter. These are our titles: unlicensed production facilities and scenarios. And at this moment, I'm going to be talking about post 10 years licensing, what's going to happen. I want to give information about the actual situation that's happened. The energy that you produced between the 1st and 30th of April being read and billed by the distribution companies, and the data and pricing information to be loaded to the İHA, then them notifying you of this. You moving on to your invoicing. The remittance being calculated by the 15th of May, clarification of values by 20th of May. As of 20th of May, having the distribution companies being paid, and the 5th of June, so the 5th business day of the following month, that is when your payment is made. So the energy that you are producing as an unlicensed production, the term is between 35 to 60 days. That's the issue here. We're subject to YEKDAM. A YEKDAM power station cannot actually obtain their fee on the day. Unfortunately, the calculation is made and transferred to the account a term. And after becoming a licensed manufacturer, producer, this is something that you'll be facing. Now, I just want to talk about the active situation, the current legislation, and for power stations that are not yet, where they haven't exceeded their 10 years yet, the second situation is those that have completed their 10 years, their active situation, the consumption facility connections, the single phase active energy income is obtained, but legislation says that calculates hourly through the distribution company, and the PTF for that hour, and whatever the active energy cost, whichever is lower than a pricing, is calculated through this. So the income will be received on the lower price. In legislation, unfortunately, the licensing fee, how much this is going to be, which the details are not yet clear, even though it's on law, so it's not yet entirely enforced. However, it's being implemented by EPDK. This is published each month, and if you are solar power, and I'm accepting that you're solar power right now, you have an hourly calculation, and PTF, and the lowest calculation is utilized for an income to be obtained. Now, these three different scenarios or situations, the current situation, I'm not going to call it a scenario because the new legislation hasn't entered into force yet, so I'm not going to be talking about that. But if it had entered into force, we're going through the actual values, real values of last year, a real production facility value, so 14, 15, 16 for an entire week. When we put this data forward for currently active production facilities that are not exceeding their 10 years, 1 megawatt facility, the daily cost there we have put forward. This would normally be $5,300. I'm talking about the first 16 weeks, 5,300 income, and $900 of usage fee, active energy net. So it's a system usage fee might not included. So $4,400 can enter your pockets in 1 month. But for a facility that has exceeded their 10 years, this would net be $996 net. So if we had the new legislation, and if you were licensed, then the income you could receive would be $1,245. So what you need to pay attention to here is, from the 14th of April, those within the scope of the new law who have exceeded their 10 years, they now have a deficit in income because the PTF values are very low for this. Well, there was a fixed income at that point. It is now undetermined and can be negative. So you are maybe in the days where you should not be carrying out production. The second section, for the 33 weeks, we have a similar scenario when we've studied this. We have 1,400 net income which can be obtained there, and unfortunately this again is a loss of over 70% for those that have exceeded their 10 years. If the legislation had entered into force, then in this case this would be a 56% income loss. For those exceeding their 10 years, this causes a significant income loss. In general, if we think of this as an annual 1 year for 2024 year data, not any possibility, or this is real data. For a power station that has not exceeded 10 years, the gross income could make 171,000, and this for over 10 years would be 53,000. And for a facility that has used their legal rights to become licensed, would have been able to obtain $67,000. And this is a 69 and 61% income loss. And this is minus, this does not include your operation costs. Obviously, I've only included the system usage fees, because when you move to the license, the system usage fee will be lower when you switch the license, so this will be a benefit to you. And as such, I wanted to show you the legislative change here. You see $104, $32, and $41. These are the gross income to megawatts. So when you earn by $104 versus $32 or $40, what you'll bet when you exceed 10 years, this drops to $32. And if you use your legislative rights, then this will fall to $41 per megawatt hour. So there's a financial loss involved here in this case. Let me put it this way. For facilities that have exceeded 10 years, you are still subject to the old system usage fees. The legislative power needs to change the regulation here. If they allow you to use the licensed system usage fee, then you may be able to reach these values again. We'll be looking at other numbers again soon. What we have next is, legally, you have said that I want to use my legal rights and I'm going to get a license. So what's going to happen to you then? In the first slide, as you can see, when you were only dealing with invoicing before, it's on the EPDK website, for example. It hasn't been published yet, but I'm just talking about what is happening right now. You will need letters of security, etc. You'll be able to receiving a license. You'll be making a PIASH registration, Takas Bank registration for your income to be paid, grant your authorities. And regarding TH, where you have to enter data each day, the necessary registrations and market participation registrations will be required of you. Following this, let's say we have received our license and we've accepted this. So what do we have to do daily? I have to explain this because it's not just I've got my license, I'm going to get my income. This doesn't happen. There's an additional operational cost that you'll be facing every day. By 12:30, you have to make a calculation of your production and enter it to the EPIASH scope screen. And even if it is easy to calculate for summer solar power, solar energy, I've tried to do this within for years. It's very difficult to calculate and estimate during the winter. There's a lot of discrepancies in calculations. So if you do not get support from a company to make these projections, then you'll need to pay for this. When there's a need for production revision, then you can use the EPIASH skip screen to enter this. However, TH has to enter the system. You have to enter the system to the TH system with your data. And what happens if you don't do this? You will lose a lot of your income, easily said, because the penalties, unfortunately, are required in licensing. However, as unlicensed companies, you are not facing these costs. However, as licensed, you will. For those that are curious about this, the power of the energy that you have produced, you can see in your Takas Bank accounts within 2 days, the same as distribution companies. It's not 35 to 60 days. However, within 2 days, it will be in your account. You may need to provide a letter of guarantee. They will probably require this. The current active number is 1,500 TL per megawatt, at least 100,000, because these licenses are small scale. It's obviously clear that it won't be that high, but for those who are queried, these numbers are what's valid.
Dağıtım şirketi tarafından verilen sayaç, okunan sayaç değerlerinin kontrolünü
So you can check the counters like every day, and from the screen, you need to take into consideration if the calculations are done correctly. And also the distribution company is checking out the calculations. And as of the 15th day of every month, we have a procedure called reconciliation. After reconciliation, you'll be billing to EPIS, and if there are any missing amount, you are going to receive them. Because the calculations are on daily basis, and because the market transactions that you are performing are processed into the system after the 15th day of each month, you will have your receivables in your account after the 25th of every month. So there is a time interval during which the calculations will be proceeding, and if there is anything extra to receive, this will be paid back to you. And another topic is the imbalance, and QSD is the production planning, and what happens with a production chain if something occurs, something unforeseen occurs. So if you have a larger volume of production than your estimates, or you have over, you have less or more receivables. And you are also asked to return the excess with a higher price. And I think that this represents one of the biggest income losses. If there is an inconformity, or if there is an imbalance of the input and output indexes, there also will be fines, and you should be aware of that if you are going to be licensed. But if you are saying that you don't want to be licensed, if you say that you are glad of your current position, then you will be continuing with your standard procedures. So, if you decide to get a license, if you can sustain the prices, the cost, the operational cost, but if you are saying that you want to assign your power plant, and you want all the operations to be run by another company, as of New Year, we have a new regulation. And thanks to this new regulation, you'll have a new opportunity. So you will be practically a retailer, and you don't need a license in order to be such kind of retailer. And together with the collector, and especially if you have like kind of a special contract, you will be able to collect your money after 2 days. Of course, it depends on the terms and conditions on your contract. Sometimes it is paid after 1 week. But when you are working under a collector, your imbalance costs will be lower. And other than that, estimations, daily market of transactions, and for the other services, you don't need to have any employees. So currently, this seems to be one of the best opportunities. And also, briefly,
hali hazırda fiyatların, yeni fiyatları gördünüz. Çok yüksek değil.
Currently, we all are aware about the new prices. They are not very high.
Ve sonuçlanan
But when we are looking at the very high rates that were concluded like 1 or 2 months before, we had the purchasing guarantee up to 32.5 US dollars.
bir alt kısımda yeni açıklanan
In the lower lines, you can see the monthly disclosed additional tariffs.
fiyatlarının ne olacağını
And of course, if you are curious about the numbers, the figures, which are currently disclosed for April, you can see the solar energy, and you can see the base price and the peak prices.
Nisan ayı için 2064 TL.
So we are talking about 2064 Turkish lira or 2200 in terms of US dollars.
Temeldir en yüksek alabileceğiniz değer belki de bu olacak.
And maybe this is the highest possible value.
Diye sorarsanız
So are the prices going to be like that?
49,5 dolar olan
It depends totally on the lawmakers because we have the base price of 49.50 cents and the highest price of 60.5 cents, and of course those prices are changing from month to month.
2.93 dolar üzerine
But generally speaking, I may safely say that the round price is like 52.93. So this is pretty much all about my presentation. Any questions?
Biz seni şöyle alalım. İlk önce bir soru cevap alacağız. İstiyorsun olarak.
We'll have a very brief Q&A session.
Zaman sunuma geri dönüp
And if you want, you can turn back to your presentation.
şimdi bir şey öğrenmek istiyorum. Lisanssız santral sahibi kaç kişi var ve elini kaldırabilir?
How many among you do not own licenses?
Yarı yarıya diyelim.
Half, 50 to 50.
Geçtiğimiz konuyla ilgili olarak
So during this transformation, Mr. Mehmet is here to respond to your questions. Do you have any questions?
yeteri kadar zamanımız var. Özellikle soru cevap
Because we have enough time, we wanted to have more time for the Q&A, and we want to be able to identify every kind of issues.
İçinde dağıtım rakamlarını düşürmüş hali mi, dağıtım rakamlarını
Do you have the distribution numbers? Are you talking about my last page? No. Only the total income, total active energy cost.
saati PTT yekten fiyatının hangisi düşük ise onu alacaksınız. Yani
And the lowest price index will be applied.
garanti etmiyor.
Otherwise, there are no guarantees.
toplayıcılık faaliyet yapan bir firmayla anlaşma yaptığımız zaman
So when we get a contract with a collector, do we need to be licensed? No, you don't.
bu sistem kullanım ve bağlantı sistem kullanım
I can't hear you.
yine aynı
What about the connection fees? They will stay the same?
Toplayıcılık size dağıtım bedeli hakkında
Your collector will inform you about any extra fees if available.
dağıtım bedeli ya da sistem
But of course, there are cases with lower distribution costs.
bu şekilde. Toplayıcılık
This is
size
like
o bedeli
that
şey
for
yapmıyor,
now.
kurtarmıyor ya da değiştirmiyor.
teşekkür ediyorum.
Thank you.
Mehmet Bey merhaba.
Mehmet, hello.
Ürettiğimiz elektriği bir fabrikayla anlaştığımızda
When we get a deal with a factory for the electricity, are we entitled to sell this electricity to another company?
Ya da piyasa satmakla alakalı bir şeyiniz olmayacak.
No, you are not bound by anything. There are no differences. You can sell to whomever you want.
Düşündüğünüz kadar değişiklik olmaz.
So there are, I want to say that there are, the amount of the changes that are going to be imposed is not that dramatically high that you think. There wouldn't be any significant differences.
Çok bir fayda olmayacak.
üretimimi takip edecek miyim? Üretimimi
Am I going to follow my production?
gün sonunda az üretmek
at the end of the day. Yes, per hour. If you have a license, per hour.
Kısmında da
In the unlicensed part,
şirketin buna katlandığı için bunu görmüyorsun ve size direkt
you don't see that, and this is not reflected to you.
teminatlarla alakalı, diğer giderle alakalı kendisi buna katlanıyor.
And all the burdens pertaining to the operational costs and other costs are onto the collector.
Sağdan devam edelim. Mikrofonu yanaştıracağım ben. Yanaştıracağım.
Ali Kirli, Ankara, ürettiğim enerjiyi hidrojen üretiminde kullanabilir miyim?
Can I use my energy in the hydrogen production? I don't want any connection to the network. This is not the topic of this panel. You can use it wherever you want, and it is not connected to our today's topic. But because of economical prices, if you want to have economical products, of course.
Arkadan devam edelim. Yine arkadan yapın.
Yiğit Kütahya 10 yıllık süreden sonra 5
And after 10 years, can we have the 5+1 scope? No, you can't.
İstemediği bir süreç.
EPDK don't want to have that, they won't allow it.
Tüketim tesisi lisansıya geçtiğiniz an
But if you are going to have a license, you can do that.
51H'a başvururum diyorsanız
And if you think that you have 5.1H, you can do that.
tekabül ediyordu. Oradan bir sonuç çıkacağını düşünmüyorum.
I don't think that there will be any conclusions for you. I want to say something too.
Yapıcı şunu istiyor. Lisanssız
The
olarak
lawmaker,
devam edilmesini istemiyorlar.
they don't want to be continued without a license.
Olarak kalmasını istemiyorlar. O yüzdendir ki bu mevzuat
And therefore,
Mayıs ayında yayınlandı yasa, bir sene oldu. Bekleniyor. Yani lisanssızı cazip kılmamak adına
in order to not make attractive the unlicensed part, they want everybody to get licensed.
lisansı devam etmek isteyenler için.
İsmail ben Antalya'dan.
My name is Ismail, I'm coming from Antalya.
Bitmek üzere olan, hatta bitmiş 2 tane tesisle ilgilendik.
We are interested into facilities for, and their 10 years period is almost completed, but they said okay to us.
10 yılı bitmiş olan tesisi
And as a company, we'll be able to take over. And they told us that that there are no problems. So I'm getting a little bit confused in here. 5 pH. You are talking. You are subjected to the law back in 2019 for 5.1 hash.
Olarak tekrar bağlantı anlaşması, sistem kullanma anlaşması.
There will be a new reconnection. There can't be new reconnection agreements.
Evinizle ilgili saatlik mahsuslaşma yaparsınız.
You have to do hourly collections, but we are taking it over. Yes, but you have a lower consumption amount. Maybe you can do a reconciliation, but this doesn't mean the new scope. So you can't. I can't take over entirely. You can do that, but you can't act like a 5H1. You can transfer your consumption facility in there, and instead of having income, you will be lowering your consumption, and your operational costs will be lower. But this does not mean that the regulations are going to change. And what happens in case of more production? So the regulations have been changed in 2019. And from $133 it changes. But if you have a lot of consumption and if you are saying that I'm not going to sell it, of course you can benefit from that. But if you want to have any earnings, no, it's not possible.
Şöyle arkadan gelelim öne doğru.
İyi oturumlar. Ben şunu soracaktım. Sunumunuzda şey gördüm. Toplayıcılığa geçmek GTŞ'ye göre avantaj
I
sağlayacak.
saw that
Aslında ben
in
bu
your
avantajları
presentation you
lisanssız
said
kalınırsa
that
tabii ki,
it will
değil
be
mi?
better
Lisanssız
if
ya da
people
lisanslılar
start to
lisanssızlar.
work under the
Yani o konuda
collectors.
lisans olunca geçmezsiniz diye bir şey yok. Aslında geçmeniz gerekir. Ama
Yes, it will be
tavsiye
better. It is recommended to
o
do
zaman
that.
hem lisanssız hem de lisanslı
So
tarafları
in this situation,
bir
both,
saniye.
just a moment.
GTŞ'de kalmaya göre toplayıcıya geçmenin avantajlarının nelerdir? Biraz
So
altını
what
çizer
are
misiniz?
the advantages of this?
Sunum açabilir miyiz? Aslında iki
Can you
tane
open my presentation?
müsaadenizle.
I'm so sorry.
Sesim geliyor herhalde.
Can you hear me? Yes, I can hear
Onu
you.
aşan lisanssız kanuni hakları kullanma ortada yok ama
If they don't use their legal rights, they are going to make 53,000, and otherwise they will have like 63,000. I think that those numbers are quite convincing in terms of the income. This clearly indicates that it is better to have a license. But if the lawmaker lowers the distribution cost, then it's entirely optional.
sizin
But either ways, it is for your own good to be licensed. I'm
GTŞ'de de aslında aynı.
so GTS have the same prices.
Açısından değişmiyor da
They are not changes. They are not changing in terms of system usage cost.
lisans üreticilerinin en büyük sıkıntısı
So I think that this is the biggest issue of the license users.
enerjinin gelirini üretilen şirketi 2 gün sonra kasasına geliyor.
So there is this income, and it is in the registers of the company. But unfortunately, you receive that on 5th of the June. But I'm pretty much sure that you don't like that because you lost money here.
kalkmasını isteyip size
You want to have this in advance, and you are totally right.
ben toplayıcıya geçebilirsiniz ama
And
ticari işletme
because of this, maybe you want to work under a collector.
istemiyorum.
And if you don't want to do that, if you are saying that you are going to do that, you have new personals, you have a lot of costs.
Her gün belli saatlere bilgisayar başındasınız, tahmin yapacaksınız.
This means that you have to stay in front of your computer, and there are a lot of duties and fines that you have to undertake.
Özellikle GTŞ ile toplayıcı arasındaki tek fark aslında
So the single difference between GTS and collectors is that with the collector we'll have that income deal, but with the GTS we'll have to wait 4 months.
bu konuda ceza aldı. Evet.
Yes, and the distribution, the
Görev tedarik şirketleri GTŞ. Yani aslında GTŞ ile toplayıcı arasında santrallere üretici açısından
so this means that the single advantage in terms of plants is that they are going to make sure that there will be a daily revenue flow.
paranızı erken vereceğim.
Yes, of course you can be paid early,
Size göre
and you are free to decide what kind of contract do you want to enter into with a collector.
toplayıcı olarak ortaya çıktıkları zaman size vermedikleri ya da
And of course, on the other side, there are maybe the other party is going to pay you early, but of course they are going to charge you with the commercial charges.
TF'den satabilecek
Because there are a lot of sayings and words around.
ekstra para vereceklermiş gibi.
Everybody's like, okay, they are going to receive extra money.
Piyasada siz gün gün piyasa takas fiyatı üzerinden hesap
So you are doing, you will be receiving the money over the market exchange price, and if you received an excess, it will be returned, and if you received it deficiently, then you will receive the extra.
azami yine yekten fiyatı
So if you have a license, it will be a gain,
da olsa
even if it is a collector.
ek ya da
There is a minimum threshold.
işte onu aslında bizim fiyatımız yekten işlemle tamamlanacak demekti. Aynı şey.
So this means that we have a price cap. I was trying to say the same thing.
Bir zaman sonra
Yes, the excess of the production, you know that at midday, the prices are getting lower.
ekleme bile altında muhtemelen kazanacaksınız ki
And probably you will have a better earning from that. And I also showed in my presentation. This you can see for 2024, they are marked in yellow. There is a loss of minus $115 because the price is very lower. I mean, I'm trying to say to you that there may be moments in which during which the power plant will decide not to produce because the prices are very low or almost close to zero. They can tell you that actually, because if the distribution costs are going to be higher, there is no logic behind the production. Any other questions?
En son size veririz.
Merhabalar. Ben enerji pool firmasından geliyorum. Biz
Hello.
başvurusu yaptık.
We filled an application to become a collector, and our interviews with the licensed plants are continuing. I have a question in my head, still not answered yet. So, under the umbrella of the collectors, when you provide access on the market, this means that we are talking about a license. So what about the unlicensed plants? What about their fee? It doesn't matter if they are working under a collector or not. The regulations are important in here. There are two tariffs, and there is a regulation which imposed a certain set of prices. It was published before 2019, and there is another regulation published after this date. So the companies, regarding their contracts with the collectors and regarding the regulations to which they are subject to, they will have to do their calculations accordingly. So you will also have to apply to APDK for any potential clarifications. So this is, you may think of this like a method to lower the prices. For the system utilization cost, we have 57 and 29 kuruş. So it's like half to half. Can you open your other presentations with the cost? There was a comparative table. This one, you mean? There was a graphic. So let's assume 171 for up to 10 years and $53 on the other side, like system utilization price. We are talking about $13.5 is like 4.5, and we have 2.5 on the market, and there is like 2 lira differences. It's like 50 to 50%. But your differences is like higher. How did you get to these numbers? Yes, you are right. Yes, you have the maximum, the cap prices. We have also the industrial incentives in here. So yes, it may increase up to 53. And also we have the real values of 2024. Of course, it depends on the period during which the calculation is made. And for example, in 2025, we had new increases for the active energy costs. Last year, for example, there was a decrease because everything changes from situation to situation and from year to year. Of course, this calculation model is not applying to all of you. I'm talking about the new regulations, and for 10 plus years, no, I wasn't telling you that. So this shouldn't be considered as a standard. We need to be very careful when we are calculating this. Yes, you can see on an average of the 2,500, but if you are producing during midday, you will have a lower median, a lower average. This is why you are not reaching to the level of the revenue that you projected. Unfortunately, this is what happens.
Merhaba, Tolga Turan ben.
Hello, my name is Tolga Turan.
Sorusuyla ilgili biraz da toplama istemişim.
So I want to add something to the questions of my friend. So
Piyasanın farklı taraflarında farklı
the benefits of the collecting companies are quite differently distributed on the market. It seems like consumers or the other parties are tending to talk bigger than the real picture in here. Of course, they will have to balance the market and they will get their share. It can be like 2%, 2 or 4, even 4. We'll see that in time. And of course, there are some certain limits. And instead of huge groups, we'll have smaller, different collection companies. I'm also on a purchasing side, and I'm trying to grasp some portfolios from different parts. So we are talking about licensing fee, which is going to be determined by APDKA. And by the way, everything that we are currently talking about, it may change because we still do not have a permanent regulations. Everything can be still amended. So I think that it totally depends on the movement of EPDK. Are they trying to push the collectors on the licensing side or vice versa? My estimate is like $75,000 per megawatt. In terms of licenses, please don't take me wrong. We are talking about the annual fee. So, yeah, I mean, if I was in your shoes, if I was starting with 67,000, I wouldn't be switching to the license side only to get 75,000. What I'm trying to ask you here is that if you have any estimated, so you have a cost for the license, but your revenues are going to be lower, so you are fulfilling your 10 years period, but on the market we are talking about hundreds and even millions of dollars. What about the sales transactions? Are we talking about a different financial perspective? So what about financial literacy? Isn't it at all on the market? We are talking about 9% of price caps. So what we are talking about? We have investors also in here. Maybe you should address your question to them. So for the last 3 years, we are continuously discussing with the ministry and with the EPDK. But we had a law back in 2020, and we had a dividend share of 2025, and the ministry and the agency, they said that it was very high, and those genius lawmakers, they said that this is very high, and of course maybe for 800 or 1000 megawatt this was something fit, but it wasn't fit for everyone on the market. So there were a lot of changes of the market, a lot of equipment get obsolete, let's say, and we had a lot of maintenance fees occurred. We also had our associations, we had discussions with them, and we were talking about renewing costs. But we saw that at the end of a 10 years period, our plans were not as bad as we would think that they will be.
Normal
So when licensing is given, whether it be 49 years or 25 years, but this needs to be shown that with the new legislation, we don't know what the term is going to be. We're between 30 and 50, but when we look at these numbers, they're not these crazy numbers, even if it needs maintenance and operation. I have my own power station. It's been 8 years. And it's continuing without any problems. Yes, other than a few inverter failures. Then, yeah, for a majority of us, it's like that. And this land is very, very valuable land when you consider that. When it was established, the lands may have, like in Antep, or for example, they've now become closer to the city. And at the end of the 10, because Turkey is growing, the land is, there's not an opportunity to have land with building permission, so we have to lower costs. Instead of looking at EBITDA or the equipment, we need to look at the fixed values here. Please go ahead. Hello. I'm Advocate İlker Türküler. I just wanted to underline something. That's why I asked for the microphone. In all our projections for our power stations, we plan to move to unlicensed, but unlicensed energy production. One of the most important factors here is the these now valuable lands being transferred to the public domain. And when we're carrying out all these calculations, have you paid attention to this? For myself, I haven't considered transferring on ownership of the land. I've looked at income, and I put obviously, even if they are valuable close to the city, a majority of them are areas that had lost their value in terms of land. I have no projection in that regard. And additionally, what I want to ask here is if anyone has any information. Now here, as you know, these power stations, we've carried out the zoning of this, and they have been zoned as storage or energy production plants. So these areas, even if we disrupt our connection to the distribution network, even if we dismantled our entire construction, etc., the land is now zoned as a power production area. It's allocated for this, so it's zoned for this. It's zoned for commercial activity. So in this case, can we value our real estate on its own? And Serdar Başkan, if we can know your opinion as well. I really have no knowledge about real estate. In the Republic of Turkey, earned rights cannot be rescinded. Your solar power plants, that is generating value. Like my own power station, my own central is 20 kilometers from the city center. It's in the middle of a field. It's a non-agricultural land. If I close that, I can't use it for anything else because it's right in the middle of a field. But some of our facilities that I know very, very well are very close now to the city center. After 10 years have now almost become the middle of the cities, that even have now housing estates around them, then being dismantled and moved elsewhere. If that opportunity is allowed, then it comes to planning in the 25-year plan. In the past 10 years, this licensing has been provided for these areas, which are going to end up in housing areas. Maybe it could be said that move your energy generation plants. That depends entirely on the public demand there. Let's say it's a ready-made, if we want to dismantle, I'm talking about a piece of land that is ready to connect to anyone that wants to establish plant as lands. So what happens to the capacity then? Buying the capacity or not, that's up to the investors. So Kazım is saying we would give our existing capacity as well. I wish that was possible. Please go ahead. This needs to be our last question. Hello, thank you so much for your valuable information. As unlicensed, when we've switched to the licensed period, will this be a possibility to hybridize for the quotas to add a wind turbine, for example, to produce the energy that we cannot produce at night with solar to wind? Or can we also include maybe a storage facility? Back in the day, you couldn't go above 1 megawatt. Having a wind turbine, I don't think there's a suitable turbine for this. I don't know whether it would be allowed. Obviously, that's possible, but it doesn't seem feasible to me. Because the wind turbines are now the lowest 4, 5, 6, 7 megawatts. So 1 megawatt, I don't think that is possible. And also the point where you're located, the measurement, etc., is that suitable for winds? For wind power generation, for example. But would there be permission? Yes, but it doesn't seem logical to me. Thank you very much. And when it comes to storage, I'm sorry, just finally, when it comes to storage, can we position ourselves in some way? Because our power generation stations, our power plants, we don't have the new legislation yet. You want hybrids, you want storage. We haven't got an existing law yet. So let that be released, published first, and then we'll see. And when it's licensed, there are certain opportunities offered by EPDK for growth and technical developments. And we may have the opportunity to benefit from this, but for power plants that are subject to unlicensed production, they are the stepchildren of the energy ministry, for example. When these rights were given in 2012, it was almost like they were selected specifically, these investors. And let me just add this as well while I've got the floor, but Solarex and Taner Yıldız made a lot of efforts and support in this unlicensed production legislation, and the earned rights being rescinded and leaving these investors in a bad situation is not aligned with state financial policies either. We say this to the energy ministry as well, but unfortunately as unlicensed, it's like we are orphans, like we are trying to beg or steal something from the state. There's that understanding, and it's like this is a penalty for us. And that's how they are penalizing us with distribution fees, and we are objecting to this. We're going to continue to object to this. We have approximately 12,000 investors here. We're talking about 6,800, those that were established from 2012, 6,800 megawatts, approximately 12, 13,000 investors this is. So there's 30, 40 of us here. That we have an association. The association in this regard is fighting for the rights and protecting the rights of association members and these investors, and we will continue to do so. People need to be not afraid to tell the truth in Turkey. Obviously, from our states, we're talking about 6,800 megawatts. If I was representing 4,500 megawatts of that, for example, I would have... If I went there and said, you know, I can't go and challenge the ministry that I've got the investors behind me. We need to come to an agreement. They need to accept our problems. The 117 kurush usage fee, system usage fee, you're increasing that to 157. There is no inflation like that. There's no inflation like that in Turkey. And there's no requirement for this. So why are you making these investors pay for this? It's not comprehensible. We're going to continue our fight, and we accept your support in the future. And if we can just have the Mehmet Bey's contact information just on the last screen. Thank you so much for your participation. First of all, welcome all of you. Today we're going to be talking about tarım gas potential. I'm Gonca Güger. First of all, if we could get to know our speakers, can we start with Fatih Bey? Fatih Özdemir from the Ministry of Forest and Agriculture from TAGEM. I'm the Deputy Director. That's all I have for now. Let's continue. And you, Talat Bey? Hello. My name is Talat Özden. I'm the Department Coordinator at OTU for photovoltaic systems integration into new areas. Vehicle integration, agriculture integration, building integration, water surface integration, city center integrations. We are involved in all of this with R&D efforts or application studies. This is what we're trying to do. Hello, I'm Yusuf Bahadır Turhan. I'm the chairman of the Solar Association. I'm also an electronic engineer, but I'm also personally renewable energy investments. And within this scope, briefly, I'm an investor as well, but I've also experienced every point of renewable energy in the past 15 years. I just wanted to underline that. I just want to talk about what we do as Solar 3.5 gigawatts. It's actually a thought organization, and we're trying to share the correct information regarding solar energy. If you follow us on social media, Solar3GW, on LinkedIn, Instagram, on Twitter, on X, sorry, the new name. If you follow us, then we have weekly open source information about legislative changes. We have different posts, information posts. And we're trying to contribute to the development of the industry as such. I thank you. And Solar 3 gigawatts, while we're dealing with so many different subjects, we want to focus on tarım gas because I think it's a very important subject for us, because agriculture is very important for Turkey. So I want to start with Fatih Bey, who's with us today. Under the leadership of TAGEM, a new strategic plans being created, and first of all, I want to talk about agriculture in Turkey. What difficulties, obstacles regarding agriculture? What are the problems you have in agriculture? I think that would be the best way to get started. Thank you so much. Agriculture is one of the most difficult industries. We term it as an open-air factory where the conditions and production are not tied to you. You have no control over them. In the winter, you can plant your wheat, you harvest it in July, and the climate activities in between, they're completely out of your control. Agricultural production is determined by and requires you fighting against and acting according to so many factors that are outside of your control. And agriculture has many factors, variables other than climate, from soil structure to the quality of water to the knowledge of the manufacturer to the tools used. It has many, many variables, and it requires a strategic plan accordingly. Sufficiency in terms of agriculture, or the requirements of agriculture, includes food wars, global relations, the pandemic. We have to, when we consider all of this, we can see how important the positioning of agriculture is as an industry. Post-pandemic, you know, the Russian-Ukrainian war, this emerged as well. We hear certain colleagues that think of like this: we have money, we'll buy it. This is not possible. you get to such a position that even if you have the money, you cannot buy food in some cases. When it comes to food security, as you know, we have a very important term that we're going to talk about. What is food security? We all have certain meals a day. We consume 2-3 meals a day, and food security means that all people in the country and all other living creatures can reach food, and for this to be sustainable, continuous. So as a ministry, what we're doing, and for managers, farmers, our duty is to provide for the security, and we fight these obstacles that I mentioned at the beginning. If I can just briefly summarize, first would be climate change. The biggest problem in front of agriculture right now would be climate change. One of the most important factors impacting the Mediterranean basin and is droughts. As a result, not just for Middle Anatolia, but also the shore and Trakya, we are facing significant climate change and impacted by this. And we have other reflections of this as well. Water shortage, agricultural water shortage, lack of rainfall, flooding. So the main factor here we can say is climate change as a result of that drought. And related to this, one of the most important projects of our ministry is the planning of production. So production planning, where, how much, and when we are going to produce, and reflecting that to our producers, projecting this throughout Turkey, and our efforts are continuing with this. But our title here today, the most important factor would be climate change and drought. So among these problems that we're talking about, drought is a huge problem for us, the lack of water. Obviously, we have a risk of sinkholes. I want to talk to Talakoca as well. If we're to continue Tarım Gas, what sort of advantage can we provide with Tarım Gas with when faced with these obstacles? Let me start like this. First of all, let's just let our listeners know what Tarım Gas is. Photovoltaic systems established with solar panels producing electric. Where are they usually installed? They are either established on the ground or on roofs. However, we can establish these in different areas, on vehicles, on buildings, aesthetically on city center squares, and photovoltaic systems can be integrated to meet the needs there. And agriculture is one of these. But again, we are utilizing ground-mounted systems to meet watering needs, and also in some places we have container. We have systems that are trailer fixed, and what happens there? They try and utilize these this solar energy, but Tarım Gas is a heightened, simultaneous a power plant where simultaneously agriculture can be continued. This could be 3 or 5 meter heightened, and it could be even a height of just 1 meter. Agricultural activities can be carried out below these power stations. So this is dependent on agricultural activities. These are specific designs that are required, and what is important here is the needs of the plants, and the needs of each plant vary. They differ from each other. So what we just mentioned, the global climate crisis that have brought these problems, some of these problems can be alleviated with conditional shading which can still meet the needs of the plant with this design, and we can do this with the design. This can be a solution, but this solution is how it can be implemented for what plant type. That needs to be determined by agricultural experts together with the power station designers. Even if you cannot close everything because there's going to be shading involved here, we can still have partial covering here. It's not an entire greenhouse effect, but you can decrease the loss of water, and this could be a solution to water shortage. And this is a huge problem. This is not only going to be possible with totem gas, maybe, but the efforts made show that you can receive the same efficiency, the same yield with less water. If you consider it from an investor point of view, Bahadır Bey, especially when it comes to cost, when we consider totem gas, what is the difference from a normal land gas solar energy power plant? When we do a needs analysis for there, what is the priority there for you? I want to ask that as well. Now, when it comes to costs, Goncanım, as Tarık Hoca mentioned as well, just for the solar power plant side, I'm just going to consider that. On the solar power plants, yes, there's going to be an increase in construction costs. And of course, there's going to be because it's going to be a partial covering. If you're just producing the power plants, then the land here, unfortunately, because you have a space to, you need to leave space, so the need for land increases as well. But Tarım Gas, the aim is to use dual use the land. While the solar power is generated, you're continuing agricultural activities as well. So in this regard, they need to be considered holistically as a whole in an investment plan. The public side, of course, when they're considering that, they need to look both at the agricultural needs and the energy needs and determine where both can be carried out and where synergy can be created. So the efficiency of the plant can be increased, the production can be increased, and power generation can be increased in the same regard. So if we consider it holistically, as solar 3 gigawatts, we have a report we have created on this. When we look at the implementations worldwide and the speeds at which this is increasing, solar power is increasing logarithmically, and now we're logarithmically increasing this. So the benefit that is offered by solar energy, because this is so large, it needs to be considered economically as such. So when the income from agricultural activities may be higher, but we are faced with the same problems. It's not priced according to reality, unfortunately. The same with the power supply. There is a control on the pricing from socioeconomic policies because there's a control implemented. If we consider it from this side, it may not be highly profitable right now. The electric projects are also the same way, but when we look at it holistically in the strategic plans, like Tarım Gas, so agricultural solar power plants, when we have solar and wind competitions, for example, the state gives certain purchase guarantees, for example, with certain conditions. So perhaps and this could be a good form of application. And Tarım Gas or agricultural power, solar power plants could come together, and the investor would both include the economy of the agricultural goods. It's going to create a win-win situation. And as such, when we look at the financial side of it, if I need to consider it as such, then this is what I can say. On the other hand, when you consider as an investor who's developing projects, what I can say is that the areas where you develop projects are becoming very limited because when we look at electric production and consumption, the nature of electricity is it being generated where it is consumed, because we're again, storage is a cost. Even if the costs are lowering, it's still a cost. So producing where you consume is what makes sense. So finding suitable land. So when you're going to build a solar power plant right now, step one, when you apply for the land, you need to get a text from the provincial agricultural departments that it's not suitable for agriculture, and the majority of this land has been zoned for other reasons, and unfortunately there is no land left. So this brings land costs very high, makes land costs very high. And on the other hand, you have agriculture that requires energy, another economic activity that requires energy, and to date it's still understood like this. I see this as an investor myself to date. Obviously, I'm not including those of you here with us, but TAGEM being represented here at a general director level is a huge development, but the different departments of the ministries, I can hear this from ministry representatives that I'm really against solar power plants because it's destroying agricultural lands. But at the end of the day, this was land that could not be used for agriculture, but now there is a solution to this as well, and this is becoming further widespread worldwide. So we need to look at this, and for agriculture to benefit for this, it shouldn't be one or the other. It needs to be an application where both are utilized at the same time. Tarım or agricultural solar power plants are becoming more popular. We need to introduce this more. We have a joint study, which is going to be a great example with the data that's going to be obtained from here. A system is being created, and maybe by explaining this data, we'll be able to raise awareness both on the public side and the public authorities as well. I believe this is going to be so important. And on the other hand, when production comes closer to consumption, there's going to be an increased efficiency as well. Energy and agriculture are both very strategic industries, and they need to be considered more in the more encompassing sector. Now we can see that they need to go hand in hand, and we have to benefit from this to the maximum level for the benefit of our country. When we look at the models in Europe, Tarım, we see integrated PV. So we have integrated photovoltaic systems, not just, there are highway solar power, building top solar power. This is very important for us. And as an industry, when we consider this, when we look at agricultural solar power plants, I think it would be true to say, we were the first among NGOs to write this report, and when we look at the examples worldwide, in the model that we are utilizing from 2010, the Tarım or agricultural solar power plant industry has existed since 2010, 2012, 2013. In Japan, they started with rice fields, and when we consider how difficult they are to be established in terms of deployments, when we mentioned rice fields, and when we look at global examples regionally, when we talk about Turkey specifically and product availability, well, at TAGEM, for example, would it be possible to say that Tarım agricultural solar power plant in the, like, for example, it's more suitable for certain products, like with apricots, for example? Is there a certain example you can give as TAGEM and the efforts that you've made so far, the studies? When answering this question, of course, I need to talk a little bit about TAGEM and the structure of TAGEM. TAGEM is the R&D directorate of our Ministry of Agriculture and Forestry, and we're carrying out R&D regarding the realities of our country and facilitating working in Turkey. And obviously, energy is a very strategic subject, and it's a requirement in agriculture. So our viewpoint here is that as an R&D specialist, when we look at these photovoltaic systems, in my own opinion and on the opinion of again, we carry out R&D on every area that there is need. Look at the benefits, if it's beneficial, And if it's harmful, to find the harms. That is our duty. And as such, our first goal is to consider our manufacturer, our producers. And in line with our 2053 goals for our country to carry out a sustainable agriculture, we have to ensure this. And as such, if this means that the system could lead to our agriculturists to be able to find energy that offers more sustainable production, how do we understand this with the R&D efforts that are being carried out? So if we start again, as TAGEM, we have 49 research institutes within Turkey, and along with this, we also have 15 gene banks, we have 2 seed banks, and 32 land banks. And we are carrying out efforts in strategic areas. And why am I saying this, for example? When we look at agrivoltaic systems or these tarım gas systems, where can they be utilized and where can they not? And the answer to this is there are many studies carried out worldwide regarding this. But as a ministry, we do not believe that it's right to take these studies and trying to implement them in our country one for one. So as scientists, let's repeat these studies in Turkey. And as you know, for every country, the sun hours, the sun energy angles, the sun period, the soil level, the plants and the seeds are different. So as such, more than one, there's over hundreds variables here. So these variables in our own conditions, we need to test them and see whether these agricultural solar power plant systems are suitable for tomatoes or corn or wheat. We need to be able to determine this with our partners. ODTÜ or Middle East Technical University is one of them. Bahadur Bey here is one of them.
And we need to do that with our potential partners. So we need to reveal the accuracy and utility of this. So while I am answering to your questions, and the results that we are going to achieve as an end of our works, we need to identify the utility of those systems. So what I'm trying to say is that it wouldn't be precise to say anything right now, but when we are looking at similar seeds like potato, tomato, or grapes, we can say that according to the global literature, yes, this system is working. So our perspective at the Tarım Gas is to maintain and protect the agricultural land. We want to have a sustainability in this area. And other than that, we need to conduct economical analysis. And if we are going to have agricultural and electricity production simultaneously, we need to conduct an economic analysis which is providing for both alternatives and which is revealing a more income or cheaper and cleaner energy. So, as a result of scientific works, we need to conduct multi-dimensional analysis in order to be able to offer you the most accurate results. So I hope that in the future sessions, organizations, you will be able to tell us more concrete facts about this. So as Mr. Fatih mentioned, according to the climate environments and according to the fauna and flora medium, we have very striking examples. But can you tell us what is the target in Turkey? The target for the next 5 to 6 years? So you addressed the hardest of the questions to me, but I'm going to try to respond. There are similar applications in the world. For example, in Italy, for the efficiency of for the yield of the grapes. Also in Germany, there is another similar application for the yield of the potato. There are publications based on 2006, 16, and 17. We saw that the yield of the potato is 10% less, but the volume of the marketable potato is higher because, as you know, not all the quantities are actually put on the market. Interestingly, in 2017, under Tarım Guest, we had higher records, and when we were looking at the reasons behind that, we can say that there was because of the different climate mediums. So there are several studies and comprising different perspectives. There are comparative analysis. But I think we need to look into the positive impact. Having lower yields, does it compensate for higher volumes? Marketable volumes of the products. And I think at this point, if the seller is going to make more money, this doesn't matter. So should we look at the shape, at the price, at the quantity of the products? We need to take this into consideration in different perspectives. In a study conducted in Turkey with tomato, we saw that we had more tomato, and we saw that the tomato plant was healthier, and also the tomato were more expensive. Also in terms of the yields, it can be more favorable. So we need to have a wider perspective in here, and if we don't have an accurate evaluation, as Bahadur said, we may have wrong economical analysis. And in Turkey, we need to have the results. So we need to look under different climate conditions, and we need to work with the faculties of agriculture and with the major agriculture companies in order to identify how this system works better. So what is going to happen within 5 years? As of this year, we'll have a Tarım Gas report, an informative report, and next year, if TAGAM delegation accepts and approves, we will have an agricultural production efficiency report, and during the third year we'll have life cycle analysis. And currently we are working with the doctoral students, and maybe we'll be able to develop a business model to publish a report regarding the business models. So we'll have a clearer picture. We'll be able to identify the fit regions, the fit products. We'll be coordinating with TAGAM and with our professors from the universities of agriculture. So there is this general approach in the Turkey. We have investors, and most probably the energy systems will be running like that. There will be a profile of investors. And we'll be working with all the parties involved, with the landowners, with the farmers, and there will be like a collaboration, and we'll be trying to identify a relation between the three of them. And I think that the most important thing in here is to do this thing properly in Turkey. So I hope that during the next 10 years we'll have an R&D study for at least 20 megawatt. Yes, at least for the plants over 1 megawatt, we'll be able to reach to them. Yes, and we'll be working with our own project within a couple of years. But our studies may be not feasible, and we need to come up with something which fits to the investor profile. Maybe we still need a couple of years, and if we will have a better regulation. So we are talking about investors, and I want to turn to Mr. Bahadur. In the regulation, there is no space for the incentives. So how do you think the incentives should be included in the regulations? What do you think about that? What are the possible outputs? So, when you are going to do a solar plant, we need to look at the marginal letter. So there is a classification of the agricultural land, because in our country, if a land is not a forest, if it's not a settlement land, it is evaluated as an agricultural land. So when you want to make a solar plant in here, if you have this dry land, dry marginal land, you need to have an approval, and the definition is very clear in terms of soil depth, etc. So there are some certain criteria, and we need to control them. And although those things are checked, if we don't have any special products, we need to check which products are fit for cultivation. So, if we have very old lands, if we have lands that are not cultivated for very long times, it is very important to draw the attention of the investors, because it's clear and it's clean energy. And we need to check the amounts, the contribution fees, because we are talking about $125,000 per megabyte, and maybe the facility will be active only after 3 years. And when we are talking about the storage gas, we have a lot of applications, and we had applications, and the state was like, if you are going to do a solar plant in here. You need to storage the batteries in here. So this means 200,000 per megawatt, and investors were like, I want to have this facility in here, I want to have the license, and I want to work with TEAŞ. So the operational costs are very high, and I'm talking about 15 to 16 megabytes, so the demand is very high. So in terms of agriculture, I can say that there are a lot of investors ready to make that.
Yani hani tarım yatırımcısına bıraktığımızda ya da köylüye bıraktığımızda işlenmeyen yeri tarla
So it is very important for us to understand the lands which can be cultivated and how to work together with the energy side.
büyük bir tarımsal üretim bence kazanır ülkemiz.
I think this thing may be very beneficial.
Kapasitesini böyle kazanacak. Tarımsal üretim kapasitesi
And also the agricultural capacity would be increased. And I think that at the end of the day, it is a win-win situation.
yapabiliriz buna hevesli. Dolayısıyla öyle girebilir. Ama onun haricinde biz
And other than that, when we are talking about this dry marginal agriculture,
demiştim. Bunun haricinde aslında her
other than that, every kind of agricultural land, if you are going to use that with the notification of the ministry, there is a certain proportion of that you can use it. There is wet or dry agriculture. You have like 1% of that. It is allowed.
çalışmasını yapmıştık. 110 gigawatt gibi bir potansiyel.
And also we conducted a study, and there is a potential of 110 gigawatts,
Ülkemizin kurulu gücüne tekabül eder.
and it's quite high.
Zaten 2035 mesela bakanlık
And we have ministry targets of 2035.
potansiyeli tarım gesi olduğunu söylemek adına söyledim.
So there is a very large potential with tarım gas.
Ölçüp vermişiz yani.
So we already delegated this 1%.
Bölünüyor en sonunda bir toplaştırma yapıyoruz.
This is like a heritage.
Binde birinden bile bu anlamda vazgeçilse yine çok büyük.
And I think it's a huge potential.
Potansiyel var. Belki yine mevzuat bu açıdan da değerlendirilmeli. Yani
And I think that the regulation needs to be evaluated also within this respect. And like I was saying, I think that we shouldn't be looking only at the cost, because on the other hand we have a huge battery and cell processing and storage capacity. And we should look at the benefits of that. And also with the cells, the investors, they don't have any expectations of income. And if it is up to me, I think that it should be going like that for the next 10 to 15 years. And I think that the agricultural sector needs to make use of that. Thank you.
Son bir soru sormak istiyorum.
I will have a last question to Mr. Fatih.
İleri teknoloji tarım da şu an çok gündemde.
And also we are talking about advanced technology in the agriculture. There are a lot of companies. So also we are talking about digitalization in the agriculture. So what is doing tarım gas in here? Can the digitalization be increased? Can we become even more professional? I think it is an important question, and looking at the agricultural tax, in our countries there are very sudden reflexes, there are a lot of developments. 2 days ago we are in Konya, and there was launched the largest agricultural expo. It was very crowded. And it wasn't as it used to be in the past, only where the agricultural tools were exhibited. Nowadays we have very high techs, and our producers, they are working in this area and they are very interested. A meat producer in our day is monitoring its animals, its livestock, due to those technologies. There are feeding robots. We also have feed preparation systems and automatic milking systems. All of those are used by the farmers. So the integration, is it going to facilitate that? I think that it is going to do that, because if we assess the current situation, please do not think that the agricultural activities are conducted under a single panel. There are observations collected from thousands of data. What is the impact of the panel to the soil, to the plant? What is the rate, the increase or the decrease of the evaporation in the soil? What is the moisture? What are the increases and decreases? What happens during the humid periods or the dry periods? What is the rate of acceleration of the growth of the plant? And what is the actual impact on the quality, as it was in the potato example? What is the volume of the potatoes that can be launched on the market? And with the wheat, can we expect higher qualities of proteins, for example, in the corn production? Can we do the same? Another parameter. We have soil-based pathogens, the funguses that are and the nematodes that are living in the soil. This was also my doctoral thesis topic. Under the distress of the dryness, the impact of those pathogens is even higher. So therefore, can we decrease this impact of those pathogens? Can we control the severity of the dryness? Again, in the literature, there are similar studies. So I personally believe that we can come up with integrated solutions for that. Again, everything can be basically measured or monitored with the digital systems. And I think that all of those systems that we are talking about today, they can be a facilitator for us in order to be able to move forward. Maybe we can become a role model for the European countries. So I said that this was my last question, but I want to address another question. So talking about digitalization, we need also to point out the significance of the artificial intelligence. Are we expecting any branches, any arms of the AI to be actually reflected into this agricultural plan? Of course we do. I think that they are going like hand in hand, and they are closely connected to each other. Let me put it like that. Tarım Gas is offering you a construction frame. It practically allows you to assemble together a lot of different tools, equipment. And on the other hand, after you are doing that, you need to do your on-site measurements. And of course, you can use different measurement system like drones or satellite views, etc., etc. But at the end of the day, they are not easy to do. They are costly. But we as Tarım, yes, we offer simultaneously and cost-efficient solutions, we can integrate the human-based decision-making systems into a decision-making systems. So if you have a quite rigid frame structure that can be installed on the robots, and we can here talk about different types of frames, but at the end of the day, if we have a rigid structure, a steel structure, by using the robotical arms, for example, we can do different applications, like a application of pesticides, of different humectants, of different prevention materials. Maybe I have a colleague in here. They are professionals in the laser sector. Maybe we can identify different harmful forms of vegetation, and they can be like very simply spot with the laser technology. And another point is that the producers are facing serious challenges in actually finding the suitable workers, qualified workers. And I think that, yes, they are very closely correlated. Thank you very much. It was a very educative session. I really enjoyed. So if we have questions, we can address them. If not, I can close this session. Okay, we have a question. Hello. Thank you very much for your contributions. And Gonca, thank you for your moderation. My name is Selima Özdemir, and during the last 6 years, I'm conducting R&D studies in Germany, and also I'm an active player in the international arena related to this topic.
Özellikle tarım gezinli olduğu konusunda, yani tanımlanması konusunda biraz geride kaldığını düşünüyorum.
My personal opinion is that Turkey is falling behind the other countries when it comes to the development and identification of the needs under the umbrella of the Tarım Gez. It became quite popular, but on the other hand, I think that the name of this setup itself started to be used in quite inappropriate perspectives, especially by the private sectors. So I wanted to ask if you have any roadmap. I think Mr. Fatih and Talat can address this question. We are so sorry. Our colleague in here has another session to attend to. I can address your question. Thank you for your question. So first things first, we are talking about accuracy. We are talking about having a correct identification of the system. If we are going to ask like 100 people, I think that there will be like lots of different definitions. So it is very important for the system to be defined in a very right way, and for this we need also a support which should be coming from the ministry. We are talking about agrivoltaic systems, but there are different dimensions, like Ministry of Trade, Ministry of Industry, of Finance, of Energy. There are different dimensions. So there are places where they actually get involved within this system. But personally, from my own perspective, For me, it is very important to be able to correctly project the future point, the future targets of this system. What can we get from one product, from two products? And I think in time, with the correct implementations, the system itself will be channeled to a more accurate dimension. Currently, it is forbidden. You can't do agricultural power plants, and because it is not legally allowed, there are no regulations in place. So you can do that only on the marginal lands. It is not possible to be made on the lands which are classified as agricultural lands. So, and for those marginal lands, we have special authorizations for R&D activities. So yes, we need the regulations to be developed in order to have more accurate definitions of what can be done or cannot. And I want to add that it is not easy to define that, to come up with the definitions. There are so many different areas of agriculture, and there are like thousands of different plants, and you can basically cultivate them on every kind of land. But having these marginal lands, this is not preventing that. For example, cranberries, right? I mean, you can basically cultivate the cranberries in pots. You don't need to have like an actual land if you want to cultivate the cranberries. You can have like a vertical agricultural with the reverse osmosis system, and you can water your pots. So for this one, you don't need an actual cultivable land. So this is like a different example of that. Maybe for fisheries or for different things. I mean, it is not easy to have a kind of all-in-one definition. But all the allowable systems, yes, they can be included under the umbrella of agricultural gas. So I just want to give you an example from Germany. In Germany, the related authorities, they define the standards. And after that, the ministries collaborated. And they started to work based on those standards. I hope that we can see that in our countries. Maybe we can define a common language on a national level. We were talking about agrivoltaic, but nowadays we are talking about agricultural gas, and I think that the presence and involvement of NGOs, of different universities, is very important, and we can find a common route. And I think that the integrated PD is very important. I know that you know that from your experience back in Germany, and I hope that we'll reach to a better point. If we have another questions, I can address that. If don't, I'm going to close this session. I really enjoyed this session, and I hope that next year we'll be able to be here all together again. Thank you to all of you for your contributions. I think that you are offering a real added value to our entire country.
Payının hızlı büyümesi için her türlü çabayı sarf eder ama siz bunun bilimsel bir temelde yapılması için önemli bir katkı sunuyorsunuz. Bu panel haricinde bir de ekonomik katkı da sunuyorsunuz projelere. Bu anlamda biz de teşekkür ediyoruz.
Ben de hani kapatırken bir şeyler söylemek istiyorum. Gerçekten bir kamu personeli olarak burada bulunan çoğu kişi belki özel sektör temsilcisidir.
We have many private sector representatives here, but the growth of countries is possible with the private sector growing, and so I respect greatly anyone who contributes to this and for this continuing or working integrated with us and providing financing for this. I value this very much, and these fairs coming to this size, this dimension, and developing as such shows how much foresight our country has in keeping up with the system or even leading the system. So that really drew my attention as well, and I hope it's done the same for everyone. I'd like to thank all participants and yourself. Thank you. We can close our session. Thank you.
Teşekkür ederiz.
Çok sağ olun. Çok verimliydi. Fatih Bey çok teşekkürler tekrar. Çok sağ olun. Çok verimliydi. Hemen şunları
Kenara çıkıp gidelim de orada.
First of all, the session is quite late. Normally, our session should be almost finished, but the previous session is only just completed. So with Merits Bay, we are going to finish our session very, very quickly. We aim to present it to you very, very quickly. I'm Haluk Sayar. I'm the chair of AVD Electromobility Association. It was AVD before, but from now on, it's going to be Avrasya Electromobility Association. Now, our subject now is electrical vehicles, and I'm going to dive right in about what's happening in the world. I just want to give you some brief information about market share. I want to get started with market share. For 2003, it's the end of 2003, 4,500,000, and as of 2024, 57 million electric vehicles are on the roads. And 55% of these vehicles are in China. China has a very important weight amongst the electric mobility market. This is followed by the European Union and then the US and other countries, as you can see here. And if we look at this graphic, it's a parabolic graphic you can see. Starting in 2010s to 2016, having reached 1.5, 2 million, the sales of electric vehicles. As of 2017, in the past 7-8 years, has increased unbelievably and reached very high sales numbers. In 2013, we had 300,000 vehicles worldwide. In 2023, 40 million, and until the end of 2024, we reached 57 million. And as of right now, after the first quarter, this has now exceeded 62, 63 million. And if we look at sales, annual sales numbers, that is growing very quickly as well. 300,000 sales in 2014 and 200. The number of vehicles in 2023 was sold in 2014, and 17 million was sold in 2024. So now, let's look at the market shares in Turkey. It was not that different in Turkey. We were a little bit delayed, but we started very fast. In 2017, there were 250 electric vehicles. It was that low in number, but at the point we've reached now, for 2024, the number of electrical vehicles on the road is 185,000. As of right now, we're close to 210,000 vehicles. And these are only numbers that we have achieved in 2-3 years. When we look at 2024, we reached these numbers in 3 years. And if you look at the annual vehicle sales, we can see it was a very quick growth. So when electric vehicles are sold, there's a need for charging stations, obviously. And charging stations, their establishment requires electric vehicles. And they need to. And the EPDK in this regard has started a licensing process for charging operations, charging operators licensing process. So there's a licensing process now for charging operators, and you can see the investment made here. As of today, we have approximately 180 charge operators. As of the end of 2024, when we look at this, the number of this is over 26,000, and 9,500 are rapid charge, fast charging of these total charge stations that I'm talking about. So the fast charge per vehicle is around 11,000 now. So that is 18 vehicles to one. So we've exceeded European records. So electrical vehicles charge stations is quite far ahead of the world. This wasn't normal. For example, Norway, for 85, 90 vehicles out of every 100 sold in Norway are electric vehicles, but there's only one fast charge per 80 vehicles. This is 18 to 1 in Turkey. I want to underline this specifically. So why is the market growing? There are reasons why the market is growing, and when we look at this, the legislation is leading the way. But what are the reasons for this legislation to be created? This story starts as of 2016, to stop climate change, climate warming, global warming. Because with electric vehicles, especially from roads, greenhouse emissions will decline greatly. And with policies, legislation has been prepared, and this is why we've been able to capture such fast growth. So legislation is our locomotive, essentially, and obviously incentives as well, together with legislation. Incentives for the usage of electric vehicles have been, like ÖTV, special consumption tax on electric vehicles, for example. But of course, at the same time, electric vehicles in their production factories, there are specific incentives as well, and within the entire process, the dissemination widespread of electric vehicles, both in Europe and Turkey and worldwide, has come to this point. And obviously, we have technical and economics, which are following as well. So we're talking about 2016 here. Battery prices were very, very high. I think Merit Bey will touch upon this in a moment. But at the point we've reached right now, battery prices have significantly decreased. And this is reflected in electric vehicle sales, because 2 years ago, for a vehicle, the cost that we're talking about, 50% of that was only battery costs. And this has now declined to 40%, and this is declining even further each year as technology advances and prices increase. And this share is going to continue to decrease. Obviously, range has significantly increased as well, as I mentioned earlier, and we also have a high speed of increase in the charge points. And when we look at the operation costs, the lower operation costs, the quiet, the connectability of these vehicles, these are the advantages that are included here. And obviously, the social consumer behavior is also impacting here, and people are now gravitating from internal combustion engines to electric vehicles. I've given the Turkish numbers right now, but I'm 13 vehicles out of every 100 sold in the last month is electric, and this is now overtaken diesel vehicles in Turkey. And in the near future, this is going to also exceed petrol vehicles. Why solar energy and energy storage and electric vehicle charging? Why? We need to think of all of this as one package because they're all connected to each other. It's not possible to separate the two. Why? I'm going to say why. Because of the environmental carbon emissions requires renewable energy. Energy storage solutions also. This is required in electrical charge and electrical storage. Now, the network electric right now, when we look at the numbers at the end of 35% is from coal and 19% are from natural gas. So a large portion is produced from fossil fuels. If you're taking this fossil fuel electricity to charge an electric vehicle, this is no longer environmental friendly. So, as we said, if we want to utilize these vehicles as environmentally friendly or energy friendly, then that energy needs to be produced from renewable energy. But that is the condition right now, situation right now. So renewable energy and energy storage cannot be split. They need to go hand in hand. When we come to March 2025, as I mentioned, the charge stations established power is 2,100 megawatts, but within the city, this can lead to a lot of negative impacts. A lot of power is now being utilized for electric vehicle charging. Another matter is emergency and disaster situation. When electric goes down in the event of a natural disaster or an earthquake, these systems survive. They are still producing electric, storing electric, and we were able to use this energy. When we look at the economic advantages, solar energy has an ROI very short ROI of 5 to 7 years. That depends on the established power. According to the size and dimensions of this, these feasibility numbers can change, can differ. And when it comes to energy storage systems, it is possible to sell back to the network for income. I don't want to talk about this too much because Merit Bay has a lot of experience of years of experience in this area. So I'm going to request that from you for you to share this information about this. When we look at first investment costs, this is declined. When you're establishing a charge station, especially a fast charge, then you need high power and you need transformer capacity. But if you establish energy storage systems, then you do not need such huge investments, and this is another economic advantage. There are incentives. You are able to receive incentives. The industry and technology ministry provided electric vehicles charge infrastructure support is going to be repeated, more encompassing in the near future. There are cost-give incentives as well. Again, the Green Industry Support Program. And those that want to benefit, there are resources available. If we look at the technological advantages, I just want to pass this very quickly. It's scalable. In areas with limited network capacity, it makes installation very technologically suitable. There's no network connection, for example. There's no distribution there. There's not enough capacity allocated for there. But with energy storage solutions, you can overcome this. in some way, and this is no longer a problem. Energy independence and flexibility is in question. You can increase, you can scale with scalability. Balance load and frequency can be stabilized. We have these technical advantages. I'm not going to go into too much detail. Now I want to look at geographic advantages. And per megawatt, so 1,500 kilowatt hour is produced. And in the roadways, as we've mentioned earlier, term guests, for example, agricultural solar power stations. When these charge stations, we have sufficient land for these. This is a geographic advantage for us. Legislative advantages, again, this was mentioned earlier as well. On the 19th of November 2022, when legislation was introduced about storage capacity, solar power plants, we currently have 33.1 gigawatts pre-license that has been provided, 14.7 gigawatt capacity, 413 projects, and this is a very important point. Obviously, environmentally friendly and the reduction in greenhouse gases, we've talked about this, is very important as well. It has a great contribution. We're having noise from the... I'm just going to end my words here and pass on to Mark Bay. We've got some background noise here, of course. Welcome again. Actually, events like this, I always ask how many of you utilize electric vehicles actively? 1, 2, 3, I think. Okay, there's 4. Penetration is still low, we can see that. Even if it comes to ratio, we can see a great chart there, a great table there. But even coming to this event here today means that there is some awareness that has been created, and you want to know about this. This is a great development. For over 10 years now, in fact, Haluk Bey has even more of an experience than this. We are committed to this, both in electric vehicles and the batteries in this ecosystem, the chargers in this ecosystem. I just want to make a wrap-up conversation here because Haluk Bey's already shared a lot of data. So what sort of city planning, regional planning is waiting for us in the future? Where are we going to charge our electric vehicles? Under what conditions? Even if the market penetration has started today with rapid charging, fast charging, even though they are already in action, we can see that our transformer infrastructure is not sufficient and there's no homogeneous distribution here. Batteries can enter into force here as well. As a Vestel employee, we're involved both in batteries and charger products with local design. I can underline that we are trying to do this. I can give you that information. And chargers in rapid charger, fast charging. When it comes to fast charging, we've come to a great position, but this needs to be supported. Batteries right now in the first stage will enter our lives, may enter our lives, because batteries, you're thinking of them mostly within electric vehicles, but tomorrow Haluk Bey has already mentioned that solar power, wind power storage, you're going to start seeing batteries in many panels and presentations. You would have heard this. And also commercial industrial applications as well. This is mentioned commercial industrial, C&I. These are below megawatts applications, 100 kilowatt hour units that we're talking about here. But these are, as I've mentioned, these are units that can supply a charger infrastructure. They're not huge batteries, but which can be placed in various locations within the city and mobile, which can be transported from A to B and can be active as such. And in the future, we will see these structures like municipal vehicles, municipal buses, as they become electrified, their charge infrastructure. We'll start seeing these cabin structures. And maybe this will be a little bit more encouraging of the last consumer to move towards electric vehicles, and where the numbers will increase, the same as in the Norwegian market. We've touched upon charging and batteries, and technology is moving forward as well as advancing as power requirements increase. Higher capacity batteries are also coming with it, adds more cost-friendly solutions. When we're talking about $500, $600 per kilowatt hour, we're now talking about $100, $200. And this, of course, is going to help financially in terms of penetration for it to be feasible and affordable. And the ecosystem is continuing to develop, and as it continues to develop, different structures and different business models are going to come, like arbitrage has been mentioned. For example, charging late at night and utilize this, starting selling back during the week, during peak hours, and with regulations, with EPDK and TH as long as they allow. Being in communication with the network, being able to sell energy, we're going to see this as well. So we're moving towards this direction. I'm just going to touch upon this very quickly. The zero emissions goals, when we look at that, there's decarbonization, there's digitalization, and there's also decentralization. Digitalization, yes, software support, artificial intelligence support, decarbonization again, lower emissions, and then delocalization, which means this. This means not putting load on the network, the distribution network, consume where you produce where you consume, and I'm going to provide financial models for this. So households can produce their own energy, charge their own through AC to their vehicle, and sell back to the electric network. And we can see that this will be fused in agriculture as well. In the previous session, you know, totem gas or agricultural solar power plants were discussed. So think about this. Think of a detached house with a field solar power plants feeding the water pumps, the zero emission tractor, your tractor's DC charger. We'll begin to see this we'll see this ecosystem start to be created, and obviously what's going to come forward, what's going to come in the future. Obviously, I'd like to thank you for listening, but that's what these fairs are for. Thank you again. Thank you so much for listening. I hope we managed to finish on time. Thank you.
Erkan Bey. Erkan Bey çağıracak. Haluk Bey nasıl? Sağ olun.
Dear guests, renewable energy moving the electric distribution network to the future. I just want to start the TESAB, the Turkish Electric Industrial Association, was established to represent Turkey, and from 2014 onwards, it was also representing in SIGRE. Our country is being represented, and TESAB, within TESAB, we have 250 volunteers contributing to electrical energy industry, and within the scope, the efforts we are carrying out, the most important of these is TESAB publications. TESAB publications are all the first in their area, from taxonomy to SMRs to pumping to Turkish electric history. There are publications that are filling the gap in Turkey in terms of electrical history. And we also have Energy Strategy Conference and Power Systems Conference, which we organize biannually, and differing from other conferences in the industry. We gather publications and have academician, public and private industry representatives to share knowledge and ideas. And this year we'll be organizing the 4th Power Systems Conference, 6th of November 2025, and I'd like to invite you from now to Ankara for this. In addition to our national efforts, we also have international efforts. We try to keep our country in the forefront. First of all, in 2021 to 2023, we carried out the Southeast Europe Council chair as Turkey, and also we organized the conference the 4th time in Turkey. And also for SIGRE, we will be attending the SIGRE Board of Directors. We'll be hosting this. I don't want to go on too long and move on to our moderator and speakers of our session. First of all, Elif Bintaş, our moderator, I'd like to invite her to the stage, followed by Bilal Şimşek and Yusuf Gök, I'd like to invite to the stage, and I'd like to close with my words with, I'd like to thank Solarex for giving us this opportunity, and also thank our speakers for their participation. Dear participants, welcome all. And I'd like to thank Solarex and everyone for their efforts in the organization. As you all know, in order to renewable energy resources offer us environmental sustainability and energy security, and they have great importance in this regard. And in a world where electric demand is constantly changing, these renewable energy resources being transmitted to the distribution network becomes even more difficult, and we need more a network to be designed that is more flexible and more future-proof. And we'll be talking about renewable energy, the changes brought by renewable energy and moving the network to the future. We have Yusuf Gökbey and Bilal Şimşek with us here today. First, I want to ask Bilal Bey. Bilal Bey, what sort of energy transformation do you see in the future? What sort of future do you foresee? Thank you very much, Elif Hanım. First of all, I'm very happy to be here at Solarex. For 10 years now, maybe even more now, we've come to Solarex. And for this session, I'd like to thank TESAV, who I'm a member of, and also the FAIR organization. I'd like to thank you. And when it comes to Elif Hanım's question, of course, our country 10, 12 years ago in renewable energy was a very poor country. We only had hydraulic facilities. Solar and wind was quite limited. And recently, in recent years, there has been unbelievable solar photovoltaic systems that have been established, and they continue to be established. And with this, there have been demands regarding the network. The network is not unlimited. At the end of the day, the network has a capacity. TH at the distribution level, at the transmission level. When considering a power station connection, the impact on the network has to be considered, and future demand on these lines, all facilities on this line have to be considered together. This is how the plan is carried out. I had prepared a great presentation on this. If I can continue with my presentation, and we'll continue as such. If we can switch to the presentation. I've stood, but I can't see the presentation yet. Okay. Now, today we're going to be talking about, we have 5 titles that we've determined for our presentation. Thank you very much. Now we have the impact on the network of renewable energy. Why must we transform the network? How we must transform and what can be done to work with this new structure. How should the future vision of the network be? We have limited time, so we're going to be getting through really quickly. I'm going to give some basic information. Yusuf Bey will summarize. I'm going to be talking about problems. He's going to be talking about solutions, essentially. Now, in the world, renewable energy has an unbelievable momentum. If we just look at last year, so 2024, 550 gigawatts solar power has been established. So 700 gigawatt was renewable energy, 550 was from solar power. And total worldwide, when we look at the established power, it's 2.2 terawatts worldwide. When we look at an annual basis, that's 30%. So 50% of that, 550, is established in China. China has a huge capacity that's been established. Wind and hydroelectric and other resources are within this 700 gigawatts. When we consider our country, as our colleagues have made presentations earlier, as of the end of 2024, there's an approximate 20,000 megawatts established power. And as of March, the share of wind plus solar reached 30%. So there's a lot of interest in our country as well in this renewable energy. And these industries are developing very, very quickly in our country. Energy Minister 2035 vision, there are certain goals that have been mentioned. The development of new and renewable energy, the strengthening of network infrastructure. A vision was put forward regarding this, and within this vision, high voltage DC, direct currents, 40,000 megawatts additional capacity will be brought. So this is a $28 billion investment. And when we come to 2035, many additional transformer centers and new transmission lines will be prepared. I don't know whether this is the right way to say this in front of Elif. It's like it would be a super autobahn, essentially. In the same way, established power ratio is increasing each day, and as this happens, we are required to solve problems in the existing network. If I to give a brief example, in Germany, for example, from 2002 to 2024, when we see the established power change, we can see here. In Germany, this, as you can see, from 2000. We have small and large facilities that have entered into operation, and right now Germany has approximately 96.1, nearly 100 megawatt, and 260,000 megawatts established power is now in operation. And this development in Germany, solar has a huge impact, especially on rooftop installations, and 65% of these are rooftop applications. When it comes to capacity, there's also battery facilities that have been added along. And we have 12.7 gigawatts and 17.7 gigawatts, our battery facilities that have been integrated into the system. And also we have pump storage. We also have 10 gigawatts of network connection. This is between 11th and 15th of September 2020. In one day, Germany produced 75% of its energy from renewable energy. And 30% of these were for rooftop photovoltaic, 13% utility, 23% wind and power, and 9% biomass and hydro. Why am I giving the example of Germany? Because in the coming years, we will see these situations. We've already started to experience this, especially in religious holidays, because managing the network is very difficult. It's not very easy to manage these systems. Now, when we consider our electric network, for years now, as planning engineers, what have we been doing? We've been looking at the load. We've been looking at the consumer power that we've used this to plan our systems. We were looking at the load, essentially, about the developments, about industry, about residences, to plan accordingly, to introduce new transformer centers. But now, with new players, new actors in the market, like electric vehicles, for example, my colleague spoke earlier, electrical vehicles, megawatt DC chargers are now being introduced. It's already 200, 300 kilowatts, and when this happens, a 1 megawatt demand has changed our planning understanding entirely, and our infrastructure has to be transformed accordingly. Batteries have been introduced, smart houses, micro networks, and these all appear in front of us as network operators, as problems, as obstacles. If we were to talk specifically regarding Turkey, and Elif Hanım was here as well, let me say this again. In recent years, the developments have moved us from low voltage, these three-phase 200 or 300 volts connection that's coming into our homes, to number 2, to a transformer, mid-voltage, and these are between 1 and 10 megawatts. At number 3, we have TH 10 to 50 megawatts power stations connecting to the network through transformer stations. 4 number again, we have wind farms and solar farms over 50 megawatts connected to the transmission network. And as our dear minister said, the 40,000 megawatts goal for 2035, if we establish this DC network, then we'll have the 40,000 megawatts connection capacity. Now, different connections in different voltage levels are established into the network. As of the end of February 2025, 34,383 power stations exist.
And 32 and 300 are for the solar energy. So there are a lot of power plant connections. And there are not of low tension connections, but medium level connections in our countries, and it is projected to witness an increase. And if we have any colleagues among us, they have changed their connection criteria after 2022, and the substation connection capacities were amended, and with a new change that was introduced in the regulation that was enacted back in 2022, the electrical plants were able to connect. So a lot of capacities have been distributed in the entire country. We started to see a lot of connections through transmissions, and also I want to point out that in a study conducted in Germany, they try to test what happens if you are going to do the transmission at a local point, and there will be like an overload, and this means that the quality of electricity transmitted to the domestic houses will be low. Therefore, the photovoltaic system is very important. Electricity is produced in that area, but if we connect it a lot, we'll have different connections and different issues will appear. Especially they had issues in the tension levels during the sunny days, especially when the tension level is over 200 volts. There was an imbalance of the phases. There was an instability. All of those were the issues. And the voltage and the current harmonics, they were okay. as per the study.
Niye dönüştüreceğiz? Çünkü dediğim gibi geçmişten gelen alışkanlıklar değişiyor.
So why are we going to transform the grid? We are talking about EVs, about the transformation of the electricity and about the artificial intelligence and different management systems. We also talking about energy efficiency and also about the aggregation or collecting. And we need to adapt everything to this new system. We need to have more smarter, more controllable and digitalized systems. And we need to be able to decarbonize and to have green transformations. The energy demand globally is changing. Also, the infrastructure of the grid is very important. We have gas investments and SPP investments are very important and they need to be developed. And because the grid is connected to the weather, our frequency and tension levels are harder to get controlled. Don't we have solutions? Of course we have. There are a lot of technological developments. On the demand side, we have solar plants, wind plants. We have an entire transformation, and we need to renew ourselves. Smart grids, we are talking a lot. There are very nice applications in our country. There are a lot of projects at the distribution companies. There are R&D incentives about the grids and grid-related projects. Energy storage. We are talking about a lot of things. This hasn't started yet in our country, but in the future it is going to be developed. We want to store the energy and also the power. There are fit technologies. You can see it on my presentation. So the storage gives us flexibility, ensures price optimization, ensures the stability of the grid. And when they are integrated into the renewable energy, this means a more controllable structure. Here you can see our grid scale storage applications especially for the grid energy storage systems. So I'm pretty much sure that we will witness similar applications in the future. I'm just going to skip this part. But both in the project and in the design and setup and commissioning phase, those things need to be analyzed in detail. So this is my conclusion. Maybe the rules are going to change from the low tension to other levels of tension, from the low voltage to mid and to high voltage. We need TEAS and distribution companies to work hand in hand because, you know, the voltage is regulated in our country by TEAS. We need to change our perspective of planning. We need to think of an active structure, and we need to transform our grid. And as Elif mentioned, we have a 70 gigawatt grid connection stock, and we'll see in the future years what kind of issues we are going to have. Thank you very much for listening to me. Okay, now we'll have Mr. Yusuf. Thank you. Thank you for your presentation. We talked about the impact on the renewable grids. Of course, you are doing a harder job. And for the tech providers, they have a lot to do. There are a lot of new technologies, and we'll be listening to those from Mr. Yusuf. Welcome. Thank you very much for your time. Today I'm here in terms of Hitachi Energy. Today we'll be talking about the importance of power quality in the power plants. I'm coming from the industrial segment, and I also work in the maintenance processes. So I have an industrial background, and I'm going to share with you the challenges. Today we are here as Hitachi, but you knew us as ABB. This is our historical background. We have Asia and BBC, and the journey of this company started back in 1883, and after that we have the flagship Hitachi. It was a project-based collaboration, and in 2021 they sit together at the table, and in 2022 Hitachi took over the high voltage products. And until recently, we have one Hitachi perspective, and we are continuing our activities under Hitachi umbrella. Hitachi is a big organization, and we have electrification as Hitachi Energy. The global network is still intact. We have 45 employers, 45,000 of employers. And we have 4 business units: grid automation, high voltage products, grid integration, and transformers. And we are also doing this together with ABB. In our country, we have those 4 business units. We have engineering and directorship activities in here. And what this means that we are at the other end of the phone if you want to work with us. In the same time, we are working with Azerbaijan and Georgia, and we have co-investments and co-projects with them. Bilal and Elif mentioned, we are talking about the 2030 and 2050 umbrella. And in terms of conventional plants, we will have new plants, the renewable session. As we mentioned in the previous session, we'll have different EV, electrical railways. And instead of looking at the gas prices, we'll be looking at the kilowatt prices. On the other side, our country continues to do production, and it is very important to have a balance between the consumption and production. In 2050, we'll be talking about zero carbon, and we'll be talking about the coal plants. We're talking about the natural gas cycle power plants or conventional or cycle plants, and all of those plants will be transformed, and the main structures will be based on the new power plants. We had a radial grid that we were used that everything that was produced in the east was transformed to the west, in the west, and nowadays, thanks to this radial structure, we have different ring structures. It will be heavy on TEAS and distribution companies operators. In these times, our grid is a very complex as, and the municipality was providing us public services. They were a consumer for us. And with the solid waste management facilities, they become a consumer. And they had to do different investments. Therefore, it is very important to recognize those commercial concerns. Everybody is trying to overcome those. Here we have this distributed, decentralized structure, but within this decentralized structure, we have a lot of issues. We are talking about AC on our transmission lines, but maybe very soon we'll be talking about high voltage DC. Today in Europe, a lot of countries they are using high voltage DC, Germany and France included. And they are using high voltage DC transmission line in order to move the energy line, and recently we'll have in our country high voltage DC corridors. So together with this transformation, what happens? We'll have instabilities on the grid, and unfortunately, when a mistake occurred, there will be a problem, and the voltage wouldn't be possible to be controlled during the short circuit. And there will be a lot of interruptions in the grid, because we don't know what happens when an hydroelectrical PP is not operable anymore. So our expectation is that whenever a breakdown occurs, we can intervene. We need a very good power quality in order to support those plants, because during the breakdown, the failure, there will be a shock. And therefore, whenever we are encountering a failure in our system, all of our automated systems, they will be switched off, and there will be a material and production loss. And in this instance, the power plants will be shut down. There are some basic factors. We need to look at the reactive power. Maybe harmonics are not a problem to you. Maybe you don't have that much consumers, but if the injection quantity is very high, you'll have problems. After that, we'll have the transformation of the voltage, and it will be more stable. There, I have some questions in here. I don't want to read all of those questions. But what happens if you have malfunctions with your capacitors? What happens if you have failures with your transformators or substations? What happens if you are disabled, deactivated when you encounter any malfunction? All of those things impacts the power of the quantity of the power. The voltage needs to be clean and very stable. If it is clean and stable enough, all of the equipments behind that will be more healthier and more stable. We as Hitachi Energy, after we separated from ABB, we have passive and dynamic with semiconductor technologies. We can offer you solutions. And we have STATCOM technologies today. It's a synchronized technology. And there is also a regulator in here. So what is our difference in here? We can talk only about the reactive energy in here. So if the main mission is to produce clean and stable voltage, I'm also here trying to provide clean, flicker-free voltage. And the STATCOM, unfortunately, is not a shelf product, and it shall be integrated according to the technologies of the customers. And also, it has a control system. So within this frame, TEAS in the related regulations Annex 17 and 18, it is describing those systems. So we are talking about wind and solar PPs. If we don't have a stable voltage in here, it will be directly reflected on the megawatts that you are producing. Another parameter is the conformity with the grid regulations. Regulation says that if you don't have, as long as you don't have any internal malfunction, you should always be active. And the problem here is that the regulations need to be changed according to the changing rules of the market. I wanted to put in here a very nice example of the voltage. This is an EV ferry in Norway, and it is a very interesting one. And by the way, it was sent to Norway from Gölcük. So if in our country, if we are planning to reduce the fossil fuels, we can do that. Here you can see the voltage. Here you can see the oscillations of the voltage. And on the other side, we have STATCOM, and you can see how stable it becomes. So this is the voltage that occurs in the grid during the charging operation of an EV ferry. So you will have the capacitors and the inductors, which are going actually to work very smooth thanks to our STATCOM system. This is the charging station. So as of 2050, we are not working with thermal PPs anymore, and this means that the solar and wind PPs will become very important. Even if we are talking about carbon prints, about green energy, clean energy. This is still very important. And if we are not able to manage the voltage and to manage its stability limits, this will have very significant impacts on the entire grid.
Nominal değerlerinde çalışmış olacak. Ben size bunu şu şekilde söylemek isterim.
So I have an example in here. This is our formula in order to stabilize the voltage. We are looking at the square values of the nominal voltage value. So between 30 to 34 kilovolt, this value is changing during the different intervals of the day, and a lot of producers and factories, they are impacted by those changes. Let's assume a mine, and please think of the conveyor belts that are going into that mine, and please think of the energy of the grid voltage that is required for that. Thanks to our STATCOM systems, thanks to our stabilization, the production volumes will be able to be increased. Maybe you are not aware about that, but we change just one level of the substation and everything in the PEP has changed because there are no minus or pluses energy tolerances in here. So a more stable voltage means a maximized yield in terms of the production. Here I have a 360 degrees, which is depicting the short circuit ratio degree. And we are trying to increase the share of the daily production by having a very stable voltage and by controlling the current voltage. This means that also the oscillations in the voltage will be increasing. And also what this means, here we have the protection phase. Back in time, we had a lot of power plants and short circuit risks were higher. And in the current example, even if we have a malfunction, thanks to our system, we'll be able to control that according to the distribution of the load. And different settings will be able to be integrated automatically. So is Hitachi only supplying the products? No, we in 8 different countries we are offering consulting services in terms of grid issues. Here you can see our power consulting team, and we are working with different software. We have a master and doctoral degree engineers that are working in our offices. So as I was mentioning, today in Spain, a investor, as a result of a feasibility study, they walked away from that investment. Because I mean, you need to be very well aware in terms of the market dynamics. So we talked about synchronous generators, about non-synchronous generators, but we have asynchronous generators because they are transforming the AC directly into the DC. We are not talking about a PP with like 500 of employers. We are talking about a new setting with just 5 or more operators. So we are talking about strength, about the system strength, which is the ability of the power system to maintain the voltage waveform at a given location. And what happens if due to inertia we'll have oscillation in the frequencies? With the renewable PPs, we are going to expect the same yield. I want to give some examples. both within the country and abroad. There are a lot of studies conducted in this area. Here we have 3 turbines. We have wind speed is 8 meters per second, and after that we'll have a breakdown at the phase 3, and because there is no reactive support, everything, the entire system will be deactivated. And when you are looking at this dark line, this bold line, you can see how oscillation started in the voltage, and also you can see the intervention of the STATCOM, and thanks to that intervention there will be no more oscillations. So what this means that independently from what kind of complications might occur in the grid, we need to have a stability offer.
These charts you can see now are again what we've been requested from TEAS for us. SATCOM is both inductive and capacitive areas they have to operate in, and with voltage changes, it has to respond and give a reaction within a certain amount of time. And if we expect this from an active energy producing inverter, we cannot receive this support. So what does STATCOM do here? If we look at these oscilloscopic records here, we can see there's a drop in voltage. And then we have the graphic from STATCOM. Very quickly, it moves to capacitic mode and tries to increase voltage. So what can we say here? Every wind and solar area, when there is a phase fault, if it keeps the voltage stable, then it's not going to go out of operation. And when an order comes from TEAS, it can very quickly, within milliseconds, it can contribute to TEAS. And with a table, with a chart that is given from days in advance, we are managing this, unfortunately, with you're going to produce this amount from this, but the system needs to be able to prevent a blackout throughout the country as we experienced in 2015, for example. This again is a wind turbine, wind power station. We've moved from DC to AC. We have a frequency on the grid, and we have XRP cables and transmission lines, which has LNC, and one wind farm. If it doesn't have a problem in the region, that doesn't mean to say it's not going to have problems somewhere else. The distance of the lines, the capacity of the lines. If those inverters come into action, we call this resonance. Like the static of a building going into resonance and being destroyed during an earthquake, for example. What does STATCOM do here? As you can see in this graphic, the resonance frequency here in the graphic, it lowers the impedance and it says to harmony, come to me. And as such, the grid harmony comes upon itself and it offers an active harmonic filter. We've corrected the voltage, and the harmony in the grid has been actively disrupted. And you can work in a stable manner as a result of STATCOM. If we can wrap up. Yeah, I'm wrapping up now. So our expectation here in this green area is to have nominal voltage. On the bottom left graphic, as you can see here, STATCOM, both inductive and capacitive mode, can operate very quickly, and when voltage increases, it must switch to reactive, and when voltage increases, it must go to capacitive. If you stay in this green area, then your inverter supplier and the performance they provide, you'll be able to stably produce the nominal power. We talked about short circuit ratio. As the values change, as you can see, your power station performance and power amount is going to change. So you have no idea what's going on with the grid and the transmission, and that's going to change according to the climate and the day. And in this regard, we have certain success stories. For example, you can see here this 5 megawatt side. Unfortunately, when the inverters start to switch on, we can see there's an overcurrent in the DC side, and with the passive harmony solution here, the area that cannot go over 2 megawatts can now achieve over 4 megawatts. And in power and in wind and solar power plants is the DC overvoltage problem. As we say, one match can burn a tree, one tree can burn a forest. You are part of the grid. If you have a problem, then the local grid has a problem. If the local grid has a problem, then the regional problem, the regional system can collapse. So we're all connected. Thank you very much, Yusuf Bey. The integration of renewable energy into the grids. Obviously, the infrastructure investments have to connect our interconnection lines. And obviously, technological solutions and STATCOMs and the storage systems in the coming days are going to become even more important. Thank you very much. Do we have any time for Q&A? Unfortunately, we don't. Thank you very much. But one-on-one, you can catch us for any questions. Thank you.
Erkan Bey bir resim çekelim beraber gel.
Şu an tamam. Şu anda
Can everyone hear me? Okay, thank you. Welcome. Hello, everyone. First of all, I'd like to thank Solarex for this amazing organization and you to your for your participation. I want to briefly introduce myself. I'm Eray Güzel. For 6 years now, I've been working at Isotech, and I'm a civil engineer, and I'm in the business development and technical development. It's generally made up of civil engineers. If I were to come to the presentation quickly, we're going to be talking about our experiences, our installation systems, most widely used installation systems, the importance of static calculations, and other matters that need to be taken into consideration. And then I plan on completing our presentation. In Isotech, we're in Istanbul Beykoz. We have our export office. In Germany, we have again another sales office in Germany and in Frankfurt, and also in automation, artificial intelligence, we have our central production facilities in Kocaeli. As Isotech, as Germany and Isotech Turkey, with our 18-year experience, we export to 48 different countries. Until 2021, our projects in application, we are providing services to our consumers, customers, especially in land type installations. We have approximately 455 megawatts of reference in land type applications, and the experience we have experienced on the field when designing our products, how we can ease installation. We include this in our products R&D, and this has given us a great advantage. In the remaining slides, I'm going to be sharing some reference, and you can see these as well, our reference applications, installations. When we look at our installation systems, the most widely used would be flat gradient roof systems. We have agrophotovoltaic, greenhouse, single axis systems that are also included. And with this program, we're using mostly land and roof installations, ground and roof installations. In our roof installation systems, the first thing that comes to mind would be gradient, straight, tiled roofs. And as Isotech, we have solutions for every type of roof you can think of. When it comes to a roof mount project, rooftop project, and if you want to invest in solar power, first of all, you have to calculate the load capacity for what you'll be placing on your roof. If your roof can carry this, if you have an old roof and unfortunately you will not be able to carry the load, the additional load of a solar power plant, then you need to strengthen your roof to complete your investment. So how do we fix these roof size? In sandwich and trapezoid roofs, we have 3 different options. First of all, if you have sufficient roof covering, then it can be directly mounted to the roof covering. And how do we... First, we have to do a roof covering test. And with these covering tests, you can reach many different data. Do you need part profiles? What screws you need, how many you need. All this data can be reached through these roof tests. When you are making installations by direct anchoring, as Isotech, it's very important. We guarantee 0 leaks in your roof with our solutions. And if you don't have beams can be connected for the roof, and this can be used for fixation. And if there are there could be beams of steel or concrete. It could be concrete anchoring, it could be steel anchoring. These connections can be made. And the anchoring that you'll be using, the size of this is very important in installation. Without any drilling at all, we can have roof installations and tongue and groove roofs. If you have a membrane roof, again, you can apply. These are very sensitive roofs because the products you're going to use are very important when it comes to leak prevention. And Isotech, we determine your roof covering, and at our factory we produce this as a product, and our system is Isotech membrane connection. And on membrane roofs, we offer support to our customers. Because along with the product to be used, the installation of the product itself is very important when it comes to leaks. Even if there are products that are suitable for all products, then even a 1% leak risk can have an impact on your roof. And for 100% connection, the one-on-one suitability is assigned by Isotech. During installation, as you can see here, the leak tests are carried out to measure the performance of the products, and this can be carried out easily. On flat roofs, flat concrete roofs, we have two different applications. In south, installations can be made as well as east and west. And in these systems, there's no holes opened with ballasts and weights, which can be used to fix the installation to your roof. In terms of east-west installations, south installations are more efficient, but east-west installations have a cost benefit. East-west systems, in terms of aerodynamics and the impact of winds, are also require less ballast weights when compared to south. On flat roof installations, there are other matters that we need to consider, which are the connections that we need to use, the short length or long length edge connection that we need to query. Previously, 5 or 6 years ago, the panel size were 1 to 170, and now they are 150 to 230 panels that are present. In the past, flat roof installations, the short length installation was able, but now panel manufacturers do not allow panels of this size to use short side installation. So on flat roofs, we recommend using long length connections. It can cause problems with static loads long term using short side installation. I'm just going to be sharing a quick video. None of us want to experience anything like this on our roofs, but unfortunately in our industry this does happen due to a lack of incorrect engineering. These risks do exist, and there are many reasons that can cause. It could be short length, short sides connection. It could be incorrect calculation of wind load, the installation calculations, engineering calculations being incorrect. We can list these as risk, but the most critical matter here is the wind tunnel test of the system existing or not. In coming slides, we're going to be talking a little bit more about wind tunnel tests. ground systems, ground installation systems are fixed systems and tracker systems. They are split into two titles here. Tracker systems, in terms of efficiency, have 25 more efficiency, higher efficiency when compared to fixed facilities, but when it comes to installation and maintenance costs, they are higher, and this can be listed as a disadvantage of this. When it comes to fixed systems are the most widely installed installation methods, and fixed systems have single or double turret systems. They are more suitable with dual leg systems. They are more suitable for soft grounds. So what about the hardness of the ground? How do we determine this? Here, first of all, what needs to be done is a ground test, ground study. And what is done here? For an 80-hectare area, 4 or 5 different points need to be tested. And with these high number of tests that we carry out, we can get much more accurate data to complete the right design, the most accurate design. When it comes to ground tests, computerized devices are connected, and the graphics can be produced to give information about the grounds. And in these ground tests, if you don't carry these out,
Açıkçası
So therefore, we are always performing the ground study. And after the completion of the ground test, we can start with our basic design. And the most common is the rock method. We have concrete spills. And after that, we'll have some standard applications. We have standard columns with our specific equipment. And again, it is very important to conduct different tests here for the ground resilience test, and also the working methods are very important. And we should not endanger the columns. Another method is the concrete application, the punch or the drill concrete application. It is okay for the hard grounds where it is not possible to do the knockoff application. And also we have the applications on the concrete. And this application is an anchoring or anchorage over the concrete. This is how we can stabilize the columns. We also have another applications. And the column coupling or column grip is especially fit for the areas, for the swamp areas. Here we have 4 pipe profiles. And after we complete our basic design, we can project the superstructure, and here we have the static calculations. In Turkey, we have TS 400 Eurocode, but our Turkish standard is not very detailed in terms of calculation, the wind load. We are using Eurocode calculation methods. It is for the wind loads. It is more sensitive and more detailed. However, alone, only with the theoretical calculations, this is not enough. And we are doing the wind tunnel tests. This also offers to you an additional static control. Our tests are performed in Germany, but also in our countries. Those tests started to be conducted by some of the universities. By the way, all of our certification processes are completed in Germany, and we are able to have clear calculations of the wind loads. Also, it shows the distribution of the wind load, and we can see that the impacts differs from the region to region. And we are trying to adapt our design according to the local requirements. This is something that we took from Germany. The red, the blue, and the yellow spots indicates different locations and different loads. And we use the optimized table. Here we have our calculation methods. Maybe it sounds a little bit complex, but we as Isotech, we are able to do those calculations very quickly. Our construction engineers, all of them, they master at least one software and coding language. Here you can see the input information, the panel dimensions, the height, and with a single key, all the calculations and designs are performed. So I was mentioning the general information, but I also have some details that I want to provide to you. In our country, we have a lot of slopes and inclined or slanted lands. And even if you have those slopes, you can do your investment, but you have to do your project in line with the land. And if you are able to do your modeling in line with your land, you have problems because of the reverse inclinations. You may encounter different risks and issues. We as Isotech, we are offering you PVX solutions. We are offering you different modeling alternatives for your own site. Here you can see the string dimensions, the lengths. They are very important, and you shouldn't be accessing those string lengths. In our string dimensions, we also have different factors. For example, the expansion factor is very important because those profiles are expanded like 2 centimeters within the day. With the aluminum profiles, this length should be maximum 20 meters. Of course, the features of the panels that you are using is very important. Are you using monofacial or bifacial panels? If you are using bifacial, you need to have bifacial apparatus and equipment. And it is very important to work together with the construction producer in order to have a conforming specification. Also, the raw materials are very important. You need to have the certification, the quality certificates. Also, the certifications that you are using are very important. And also, it is very important to visit the production sites in this short session. I try to address some basic questions. Today and tomorrow we will be located at Hall 3, Stand C, and we are always expecting you at our hall. Thank you very much for listening to me.
Ses tamam mıdır acaba? Evet. Gecikme için özür diliyorum.
Yes, I'd like to apologize for the delay. The previous colleagues also apologize. There's a little bit of a delay, so there's been approximately a 1 hour delay here. I'd like to thank everyone for coming to view and for those that had to leave before they could watch. And in our presentation today, we're going to be talking about the vision of local administration governments in renewable energy. We're going to be talking about our corporate viewpoint and what's going on in the Turkish energy industry sector. We're going to be talking about this. It's an intimate meeting right now, but it's not a problem. But we'll be renewing to thank the Istanbul Energy employees and all participants for being here to listen to us. Our presentation consists of 3 different titles: Climate Change, Impact and Energy Viewpoints, Istanbul Energy Activities, Local Administration, Energy Roadmap. And these are the cornerstones of our presentation. How should local administration look towards energy? There are 1,423 municipalities in Turkey. How many have any energy vision? Our HR preparations, financial infrastructure preparations, energy meeting needs. Why do 90% not produce their own energy? We'll be talking about this amongst all these municipalities. We'll be looking into this. And we also have a broadcast on the internet, and we'll also be sharing this and try and build a horizon for local administrations. Why is this subject so important? This subject is just as important in terms of local administration economies, but it's also a conjunctural and strategic subject worldwide, and it's also a highly political issue. It is so important that it's also reaches as far as the existence of countries. Many countries worldwide have wars. Things that we wish would never happen, which no one would wish would happen. Oh, there may be some that want in terms of their own economies, but situations that would not be wanted, wars, and large scales of populations are lost, families are lost, genocide occurs, and within all of this there are energy wars. And Energy Wars 1, Energy Wars 2, Energy Wars 3. If there were such films, then we would be watching one of those films right now. We're watching it in Ukraine, in Palestine, in Gaza, in Syria, in Iraq. There was the same war for a period in Yemen. Countries with economies that are not strong are the target of strong economies, countries with strong economies. So energy is very important for the independence of countries. It's a very technical issue that is so important for independence. So the solution of such an important matter cannot be expected just from government representatives, because governments have limited resources. With complete participation, with local administration, local government, with NGOs, with the private sector, everyone needs to come together and create solutions to increase energy capacity. This is a vision program that requires all these stakeholders. This is the only way we'd be able to solve this. An industrial facility that's opened in Yeni Bosna is just as important. The machine that's in the factory the energy, the solar power on the roof is just as important. So to be able to obtain a zoning plan, a zoning permission, when they go to the municipality, there needs to be an auto control that requires solar power on the roof, for example. If we consider this, then the industrialist will value their energy as much as they do production. When a new industrialist is carrying out, they will be planning their energy. Every house, every housing facility will be carrying out their construction with the lowest consumption, and energy awareness will be raised, where everyone has taken this on a task, where education organizations cultivate human resources that are more competent in this regard, where they're. And we want to create a viewpoint where this is all included, because we want the curriculums to include this, to be revised accordingly as well. This is something that all participants know about, but I just want to change the viewpoint a little bit here. An environmentalist said that the environment is very, very important. It's a technical and scientific subject, but you have to start with, and we need to change the viewpoint, and awareness is so important. If you can't do anything, then just wear a green tie, make that start. Climate change has reviewed this. I mean, can you hear me? I mean, there's so much noise that's getting all jumbled at the moment. Can you all hear me? Climate change is a global problem, obviously, and so we need to consider this on a global scale. So climate change worldwide is changing so many things. Life quality, life standards, many things are being changed by climate change. The inputs from agriculture, food, animal husbandry is all being impacted by climate change, and as such, energy requirements are changing. The requirement for cooling is more of a requirement during the summer, so the requirement for energy is increasing. It's impacting so many different functions. There are two graphics here. If you look, this subject is only not regarding solar panels.
Konusu değil.
It's not only an energy matter. So you can see the global temperature anomalies from 1880 to 2024. So this is the photo of the temperature, and it clearly depicts how the temperature escalates. Currently, the scientists cannot even comment on what is going to happen to the world up to 2100. What about the climate change? What about the decrease of the agricultural lands? And also we'll be talking about the techno-political wars. And we need to change to adapt our terminology. And also this picture shows us that the world is not livable anymore. We have misused the world. We broken the atmospherical structures. We are decreasing the oxygen, which is critical for all the life beings. We also have the greenhouse effect. We have a clustered urbanization. There is the lack of photosynthesis, and this is the result. So if this is the result, without advancing furthermore, how can we stop that? What can be done to prevent that? There are a lot of factors in here, but we need to decrease the fossil fuels, and we need to use clean energy resources, because the increase of the emission quantities is disrupting the equation of the atmosphere, and we are talking about the disruption of the food health and the human health. I can't read the things of the screen, but there are the global risks on short and long period according to their severity. We have 2 years, a short period, and 10 years, a long period. Misinformation and disinformation. There is still water. Indifferences and recklessness. There are different risk categories in here. Environmental, economical, geopolitical, society-based, and technological risks. We have cyber wars, pollutions, inequity. We have a bipolarization of the society. There are a lot of inequities, inequalities, a lot of immigrations, displacement, erosion of the human rights. Those are the global risks. And also we have 10 years risks, excessive air phenomena. We have floods, technical structures with the problems, and also the disruption of the ecosystem. The phytoplanktons are providing the oxygen in the oceans and seas. And today, in our days, when the biodiversity is disrupted, when the biodiversity in the oceans is dead, we won't have any more oxygen from H2O, and we'll have a scarcity of the oxygen resources. Therefore, the loss of biodiversity is very important. Critical changes in the world system and also we have the scarcity of the resources. The levels of humidity is very harsh, and on the other hand we also have the dry land and also the drought. There are a lot of solar plants which are established on those areas. Misinformation, disinformation, and negative effects of AI, inequity, inequality. Also cyber wars and cyber spying, hacking, not only of hacking of the programs, because the power plants are totally based on a digital base. If you remember, in Sparta we had a problem, the lack of energy for 5 to 6 days, because there was a cyber attack in there. Climate change and impacts. We have Los Angeles in there, we have Brazil, we have Artvin, Muğla, Şanlıurfa, Balıkesir, and Kastamonu. There were floods also in Kastamonu, Bozkurt. All of those are the impacts of the climate change. And it is not only government's duty to take into consideration those impacts, it is also our responsibility. So if you are going to do something in Kastamonu, you are not going to set up that in the riverbed because there is a climate change and you should be paying attention to that. So what are the international protocols and these? We have UN deals, EU and NATO have international collaborations. Here you can see a UN and EU different programs. It started first in 1960 with Norway President Sustainability Report, and back in 92 in Rio de Janeiro, for the first time a frame agreement was signed. After that, Kyoto Protocol was signed. But there were issues because there are a lot of industrial structures which are running with the fossil fuels. And after that we have the C40 deals, and they were talking about the mega cities, and they were talking about actions to be taken in order to prevent the impacts of the climate change. And after that, we have 17 objectives of United Nations, the development objectives. In 2019, European Green Deal, and it was adopted by more than 120. And officially Turkey signed the Green Deal in 2021, and Environment and Urbanization Ministry changed into Environment, Urbanization and Climate Ministry. After that, the local management, the public agencies with professional agencies and NGOs, everybody started to talk about that. Let's have a look at the global energy targets. We have 2022 fossil resources. We have plants working with gas and gas derivatives. We have renewable energy resources, renewables, 29%, and we have the fossil fuels, 24%, again the renewables, 68%, nuclear, 4.2%. You can see how the rate is decreasing up to 4%, and the target is to have solar, geothermal, hydroelectric plants. We plan to switch to the clean energy. This is a global policy. And those who are still living in 2050, they will see that this target will be hit almost 90%. And this transformation is not only a responsibility of the governments. We are a company of Istanbul Metropolitan Municipality, and we want to raise awareness among the society. You have solar. We have solar energy, 70.7%. We have geothermal energy, 1.5%. We have thermic energy, 40%. We have wind, 11.2, biomass, 2.1, and hydro, 27%. And also this transformation toward 2050 is also a target of Turkey. We are we are having a total electricity established power of 170 gigawatt, and also we have 70.2 gigawatt renewable energy and 60% renewable energy. Here we can see 2024 numbers. We have solar energy and wind energy. But when we are looking at 2035, we can see a clear increase in those numbers. And for the wind energy, we have an increase from 30 GW to 43 gigawatt. Those are the energy targets of Turkey, and those are also the energy targets of Turkey. Here you can see the draft of the climate law. Meanwhile, 2 days ago there was a legal draft in terms of climate law. We can see what happens. Some of the parties are resistant, but the main principle is to have the system announced by the European Green Deal. Every kind of power plant that will be established in Turkey will be made with renewable energy. We will have a new energy vision program. When we are looking at the Istanbul energy, for those who do not know, we have 3 different activity areas. We have energy, fuels, and lighting. We have a biomass plant, 44 megawatt. Is the single center of Turkey. It's located in Silivri. We have solar energy applications. This is the same plant, and we have 44 megawatt. At the end of this year, we are going to add 3 more machines, and we are going to increase our capacity. But also we have an ORC program of 5 megawatts, and together with that, we will be continuing to increase our capacity. At every meeting, I'm saying this is a national facilities. We did this facility with our own capital, and it is commissioned by our own engineers, and it is always visited by foreigners. Especially, we are open for the visits of everybody, especially those interested in biomass. Other than that, we have our solar plants. Here we have the vision of Istanbul Metropolitan Municipality. And we want to establish solar energy, and we want to raise society awareness in order to provide for the implementation of this system. And also the energy transformation here is very important. And also we want to collaborate with the factories and industrial plants. We want to have roofs with solar energy. And also there is another problem that I need to point out into this area. Energy is very important today. Everybody is talking about the investments into this area, but it's quite an expensive investment. Today, the installation of a solar system to be mounted on the roof of a factory is around 3 million. So when we are considering this structure, almost 33, almost for the 33% of this one, we can receive the government incentive.
Türkiye'de
In Turkey, all industrialists, the goal would be for all of them to integrate solar energy systems, because Turkey has a 50% direct, indirect energy imports in the deficit. If 55% of the energy consumption, the industry energy, an important part of this could be supplied. As such, support and incentives need to be increased. And this approach would at least ensure a system that produces energy at the point of consumption. And as you know, the Marmara region is also an earthquake region, an earthquake zone. The buildings may still stand after an earthquake, but unfortunately the national grid collapses. So even if there is an earthquake, when the national grid collapses, these buildings gaining the ability to generate their own electricity on site is very important. And as such, this incentive deducting from corporate tax needs to be implemented and help and enable this energy transformation in a shorter period. As you can see, on land, on buildings, we have solar implementations that we can see now. Together with the national water grids, we also have an application incentivizing amphibious solar organizations on lakes, obviously this doesn't work in seas because obviously we have the waves. These mechanical systems are disrupted. So with minimized water movements, then these amphibious systems can be provided. I just want to add that information. Solar systems established on the water have an increase of 15% in efficiency when compared to land-based systems. Istanbul Energy at the same time is also establishing electrical vehicle charge systems, and we have an operating license for this, AC and DC, fast and slow charge systems, both for individual use, for corporate organizations, for industrial organizations, for car parks. We have this experience, we're a company with this experience. And at the same time, from Silivri to Tuzla, city squares, main arteries, main avenues, historical mosques, historical buildings, bridges. We provide the lighting, the projects, the establishments, the service and installation systems are provided by 200 employees. We have 27,200 lighting poles that have been installed, and 5,200 are monitored through a SCADA system. And as such, the lighting system in areas where there are faults with lighting systems, we are able to follow this, monitor this on screen and intervene. As you can see, we have examples here. We have Esenler bus station, Çamlıca mosque, football stadiums. The lighting is provided. And on the other hand, energy technologies are showing a lot of developments. And together with Istanbul Energy and Istanbul Technical University, we have an R&D department, and we're watching energy technologies, especially hydrogen and energy, is developing very quickly around the world, rapidly around the world. And hydrogen energy plants, their establishment and their usage does not appear to be very affordable, but as technology develops with more economical solutions, it will be possible. And in this regard, hydrogen energy, solar power, and smart city applications are also followed by our R&D department. And we do have examples of this on our fair. The Energy Academy is a very important effort here. And we do provide free of charge training for many in these programs, and so I'd like to thank our stakeholders for this. This Energy Academy, created with corporates and academic institutions, is a program that's aiming to increase technical training to over 200 electrical companies. We're continuing to offer this training. Energy efficiency, we have certifications. The SECUP is a very important success story for us. Nearly 20 municipalities have SECUP studies, and we're continuing, but there are 1,400 municipalities throughout Turkey, and 60 so far have carried out these efforts, and we have to carry out the transformation as soon as possible, very quickly. This means this is the Energy Vision program of one municipality, and on the other side we have the book that we have prepared this together with our colleagues, and on our stand you can find our book, and we will be distributing these free of charge after this session. Now, of course, Sustainable Energy and Climate Action Plan, we can see here. We have a roadmap for local administrations, and this is also a roadmap for industrial organizations, because large industrial facilities consume very high amounts of energy, and a roadmap has to be prepared in terms of energy consumption there. The in-building consumption, heating, cooling, lighting, external lighting is all energy consumption in industrial organizations. So as such, industrial SECUP is very, very important, and we offer consultancy in this regard. Campuses and multiple dwellings, so university campuses, we have energy vision programs that are prepared for them, and today it's 9 Eylül, 18 Mart, Middle East Technical University. These universities have sustainable energy action plans we've carried out, and we need to continue with these, increase these, and we can see some of the projects, the areas where we have completed our projects. Now, I just want to touch upon this and complete our session. Local administrations, obviously we're talking about municipalities. So the priority, especially in metropolitan municipalities, them establishing affiliate companies regarding energy and the environment will be very valuable, because every municipality has energy consumption, and establishing an affiliate in this regard and the creation of a roadmap for the energy consumption for the entire municipality, just like Istanbul Energy, will allow this. And the main goal here is that every province needs to generate their own energy. And if we start from scratch, if every building, if every commercial building, if every industrial building generates their own power, which is not feasible technically, but as much as possible, by utilizing the physical areas as much as possible, by creating buildings that generate their own power, then district by district, being able to say that this district generates its own energy and this city and province generates its own energy, then at the end of the day, this is the process we need to pass through to be a country that generates their own energy. When we become self-sufficient in terms of energy, this will alleviate our ties to foreign countries when it comes to energy. So this starts from the municipalities and the programs put forward by municipalities, and it's possible as such. And that is what SECUP was demonstrating. Every municipality has to have an energy management authority. That's why I invite all municipality mayors to have energy infrastructure education training, just like they need to know the municipality laws. They need to know energy investments and infrastructure. So such a department needs to be established. Today, we have 1,400 municipalities, and maybe 20 of them, maybe even 20 don't have, forget a company, an energy company, but they do not have an energy regulation. Energy is being taken for granted, and I just want to write this in capitals and underline this. Set up energy self-sufficient municipality, energy transformation programs, training and applications, collaboration with educational organizations, smart cities, renewable energy projects. All of these applications are the roadmap of local administrations. And now I just want to end my speech with one matter. Today with us we have from Manisa municipality, an energy company was established in Bursa, in Denizli, in Antalya, and we've offered a lot of support in this regard. Together with İzmir, 14 metropolitan municipalities have energy companies, affiliates. In 16 large cities, we have energy companies, and we are also incentivizing and leading the way for energy companies to be established among local administration energy network. And if we're able to establish this as İstanbul Energy among these metropolitan municipalities, we'll be the most experienced and those with the highest business volume, İstanbul Energy. And with this experience, we will be able to very quickly pass on this experience, and then throughout Turkey, every metropolitan municipality, just like İstanbul Energy with the business model that we have, will be able to carry out their energy planning and their programming, their investments, and efforts will be carried out for this. And as such, and together with looking for demand, being able to bring the latest technology and the right product at the right price and make it more economical with wholesale purchasing. And as such, these metropolitan municipalities in the 2030-2035 goal will be able to be energy self-sufficient municipalities. So an experience share, an experience transfer will be possible. And for this reason, together with these colleagues, we had a Zoom meeting yesterday. And this association is starting to grow slowly. And we'll be bringing together these energy companies in these metropolitan universities, and we will establish joint projects with universities to cultivate qualified human resources, and we will be establishing energy technologies, occupational high schools, and energy technology engineering areas as well, specifically cultivated wind energy, solar energy engineer, geothermal energy engineers. So specific, highly qualified engineers and technical staff will be possible through revised academic programs, and this is our aim. And our goal is to establish an energy technologies university to be created both in an industrial and scientific viewpoint. And one of the greatest obstacles in front of us is energy financing and accessing energy financing. So for investors to be able to invest easier, just like in the story of the establishment of Ziraat Bank, a bank to be established for energy financing, for Turkey to become a country that is self-sufficient in terms of energy. We need an energy bank by 2050. And if this can be provided, then Turkey, before 2050, by 2035 or 2040, will be self-sufficient and generating its own energy. There's no one here that doesn't know what a wind turbine is, or what a solar panel is, or what how an energy plant is established. We have the knowledge base. We have a certain level of qualified individuals as well. So what is the problem? Energy financing. That is our issue. And that is the easiest subject, really. And it's also an area which has returns. You buy a house, for example, there's no income. You live in it. Just you have the income of not paying rent, essentially. So this is, but any investment made in energy is also a form of income as well, especially for industrialists. We're talking about a system with a return on investment of 4 years, and we define our motto as this: every roof will one day be a solar power plant. Tile roofs should no longer exist, sandwich panels, because every square meter where the sun hits is a potential energy source. So this understanding, this awareness needs to become widespread, and engineer colleagues need to tell their companies this. And they need to pass this on to their senior management. And at the end of the day, the financing model will be established. The country will be generating its own energy, and the political framework will be prepared. And in the future, we will not be caught up in energy crisis. Those are the notes that I wanted to pass on to today. Within the Istanbul Metropolitan Municipality and within Istanbul Energy and within the provincial and district municipalities, we're also within, we're carrying out this awareness among all these, and with our business models, we're also helping share this experience with other metropolitan municipalities that wish to establish their energy affiliates. And also with the establishment of energy departments in every municipality, in smaller scale municipalities, this energy vision will be established. Dear friends, dear colleagues, I'd like to thank you for listening. It's the last hours of the day, I realize, but having a joint viewpoint regarding energy, I think this is very important, that I needed to remind you of all of this. I thank you very much for your attention. If we have any questions, we can take any questions. If not, then there's a lot of questions from the back, but we have no time. I thank you all for your attention. Thank you.